Very good afternoon to all of you, and welcome to this session on Forex related subject. We have with us a very eminent speaker, Mr. Abin Daya. He is having more than 2 decades of experience as a banker, especially on compliance related, and he worked with various MNCs and having vast experience in compliance related matter and other banking related matters, especially on foreign exchange and forex transactions. Um, he'll be taking you through various practical aspects as far as trade and international trade is concerned. This session is looking into various forex related provision pertaining to exports and imports. In fact, you may be knowing, you may have attended various sessions related to FEMA or forex regulations, etc. But this we are planning to have entirely different way of approach, way of practical approach, with give you a practical experience on various issue what normally you may be facing during your transaction. In fact, we have looked into various issues what we are uh, getting representation or getting queries from the exporters during last 1 year, and try to put it in a nutshell so that you will be able to understand the entire process. For example, EDPMS related is one of the largest number of representation, largest number of queries being received by FIEO. So we'll be starting with EDPMS related issues, and then we have various your settlement related when you have whether some of the transaction in Indian rupees you are getting, whether you are able to how we are able to settle it, whether various incentive you will able to receive it. So we'll be discussing on that. Then we will be discussing about various extension of time, because today, because of COVID and other related issues, many times we find that payments not coming forward in expected time overseas from the overseas buyer, and how this kind of extension of time, what regulation says, and what you need to do to handle it. Then we will be talking to you on when we are getting a realization of various proceeds, how to handle it. Then similar way we are to handle various payment, advance payment related to imports or as well as exports. And last week also we got some representation regarding somebody was talking about getting some advance payment as a deposit which you have to security deposits which need to return after 1 or 2 years. Meanwhile, there will be a big transaction between this buyer. So how you can have that kind of deposits can be handled, what regulation says, what you need to do. A similar way, agency commission related issues. So many practical issues that you may be facing or you may be having doubt related to exports and imports. And Mr. Abin Daya will be taking you through this presentation, various aspects, and we'll have a question and answer session. And we'll be putting more time for the Q&A session, because all of you having different type of queries in your mind or having doubts. So we'll be discussing practical aspects related to this. With this brief introduction, I now request Mr. Abin to take over. Over to you, Mr.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for that wonderful introduction, and that starting of the session, how the setting of the agenda and the pace of the discussion. So thanks a lot for that. So good afternoon, friends, and welcome to this session on the practical aspects of exchange control regulations for exports. See, quite a lot of time, what happens is that we exporters, we are more concerned with the EXIM control aspect, what can be exported, what cannot be exported. And again, what kind of export incentives are available. So a lot of us are very familiar with what's happening at the DGFT end and what kind of processes need to be done at the customs end, etc., etc. A lot of times, the other side of it, see, at the end of the day, exports is a combination of exchange control and EXIM control. So when you're talking about compliance for exports, it has to be a combination. You have to look at the EXIM control regulations as well as the exchange control regulations. Before we go ahead any further, let me just share my presentation. I think, yeah. I hope this is visible to everyone. Yeah. So, so as I said, exports and imports. These are a combination of exchange control regulations and EXIM control regulation. Exchange control as well as EXIM control. So EXIM control deals with movement of goods in and out of the country, whereas exchange control deals with movement of money in and out of the country. So while we are very conversant with the EXIM control guidelines, the EXIM control processes, the rules and the regulations pertaining to these, quite a lot of times what happens is that on the exchange control side, the knowledge is not so seamless, or even when we have knowledge, how does it actually apply when it comes to practically, or how does it actually happen when you are trying to practically apply those regulations into, or those processes into the day-to-day transactions, into the regular transactions? There, what we see is that there's a lack of understanding. There's a gap in understanding, which is why we thought, let's talk about the practical aspects of it. Let's talk about how things actually happen, because a lot of times, again, FEMA as an act, it is open to interpretations. And see, when we look at how FEMA has evolved, or how exchange control has evolved, you know, as I said, it's the matrix of, for imports and exports, both managed both by DGFT. The EXIM control is managed by DGFT, the Foreign Trade Policy and the Handbook of Procedures, which a lot of us are aware of. We read through this. Exchange control, on the other hand, there is the Reserve Bank of India, which is the regulatory authority. It is implemented by the authorized dealers. So this is where a lot of times the challenge comes. Challenge comes in the sense that FEMA as a regulation, there's a lot of interpretation that happens. Now, each authorized dealer will interpret it in a different manner, because it is very good if the regulation puts everything in black and white. But at a lot of places, you will see that the regulation does not put everything in black and white. I won't be so adventurous to say that, sometimes the regulation deliberately leaves things, not so clear. But you are free to draw your own inferences. But I would say that, in a lot of places, regulations do not put everything in black and white. So then it is left to the implementers. And who are the implementers? The authorized dealers, your bankers, to interpret what is there, not put in black and white, and to tell you how it needs to be processed, or what is the regulation, etc., etc. This is further compounded by the fact that what RBI says again to the authorized dealers is that ultimately it is your responsibility to be convinced about the genuineness of a transaction, and therefore you are free to prescribe and to obtain all the documentation and all the information that is required, obliged, as well as you have the responsibility to obtain, to prescribe and obtain all that information and all that additional documentation that you might require to convince yourselves about the genuineness of the transaction. Now, this does not create any problem as long as our transactions are, straight through, and standard transactions do not requiring any kind of out of the way thinking, etc., etc. But the moment you look at a non-standard transaction, then that is where these kind of interpretations and this additional responsibility given to the authorized dealers, etc., comes into play. I will give you one example. I'm sure at least some of you would have done merchanting trade transactions, where you buy from a supplier outside the country and you sell to a buyer outside the country. The goods never come into India. They go from the supplier outside India to the buyer outside India directly. The money from the buyer comes to India, to you, and you pay to the supplier who's outside the country. So this is a merchanting trade transaction. Now what RBI says is that merchanting trade transactions should not involve third-party settlements. Okay, now what is a third-party settlement? Now the third-party settlement is one wherein you raise the invoice on one party, you receive the payment from another party, correct? So this is basically what a third-party settlement is. Now, think of a scenario where you are receiving an order from a buyer outside the country who is asking you to supply material to a consignee who is in another country. The payment, though, is coming from the same party to whom you have placed, who has placed the order with you, and on whom you will be raising the invoice. Now, logically speaking, this should not be construed as a third-party settlement of transactions, and therefore this should not create any problems for you, right? But there are certain authorized dealers. Now, RBI doesn't prohibit this kind of a transaction, okay? But there are certain authorized dealers who say that we require additional information. What is the connection between the consignee and the buyer? Sorry, and the buyer who's making payment to you? Are they same group companies? Are they related parties? Right? Why is this? This is not FEMA. This is anti-money laundering, right? So the implementers, the authorized dealers, they have the responsibility not only for FEMA, but they also have the responsibility to comply with anti-money laundering, countering of terrorist financing, all those other kind of sanctions, all those other kind of regulations. So it is possible that a transaction of yours might require additional documentation, additional information, which RBI might not have prescribed. So it is good to understand it from a practical perspective. I mean, this specific merchanting trade example I took because this is something which we encountered last week for a client of ours. We were really surprised. I mean, how we resolve that, that's probably a discussion for another day. But, this is how things, transactions might run into problems. Now, the issue is that FEMA came out in 1999. Sorry, 2000. FEMA 1999. It was published in, notified in May 2000. Right. 21 years since this regulation has come in place. Now, in between these 21 years, this regulations pertaining to exports, imports, foreign direct investments, overseas direct investments, ECBs, non-trade remittance, all those things. All these regulations have got liberalized quite significantly. Right, from 2000 onwards till today, lot of liberalizations have happened. But as the guidelines have become liberalized, the focus has increased on compliance. Regulators now need proper compliance without fail, without any leeway. Earlier, regulators would be a little accommodative here and there. They would, probably close their eyes to some, I wouldn't say misdemeanor, but some exceptions which were happening in one or two places. They wouldn't be too concerned about that. But that's not the case today. Compounded with to this is the fact that today regulators have almost real-time visibility of transactions. Earlier, that visibility of transaction was a challenge, particularly prior to 2014. If you were an exporter, if you exported, right, and if you did not submit the shipping bill pertaining to that export to your authorized dealer, that particular shipping bill will never get caught in the XOS list. Nobody will follow up with you whether you have received that payment or not, right? This was possible pre-2014. Probably customs will pick up, all those unsettled shipping bills at some point of time, and they will send it to RBI. Who knows when that will happen, whether it will happen properly or not? Who knows? Nobody knew. But today, and that might happen, at some point in time. But today, that's not the case. There is near real-time visibility of an export that is happening. If you're an exporter, if you have exported, next day your banker will know that the guy has exported. Within 21 days, if you haven't submitted export documents for doing the ROD process, the banker will ask you. The banker will ask you Just a minute. Right. The banker will ask you why it has not been, why the documents have not been settled. Correct? So, or why the document has not been submitted to the bank. And if within 270 days, if the money has not come in, the banker will again further ask you why that money has not come in. Right? So that near real-time visibility is there, and the authorized dealers are doing this on behalf of the regulator, the Reserve Bank of India. So authorized dealers today, look at or look towards the exporters to do compliance on their own and to report transactions. And authorized dealers, as far as RBI is concerned, is the first level of defense, and that is the reason why so much authority and so much obligation, so much responsibility has been handed over to them. And they being they being so scrupulous in asking for these kind of documentation, this kind of details from you. So that is basically the role of the authorized dealers, right? Now coming to exports, just want to present one case in front of you before we go ahead with the session today. I will let you think through this particular transaction, and probably at the end of the session we will revise this particular transaction, and we will discuss on this a little bit. So this is basically an exporter who was exporting, who had received an order from an overseas party for exporting documents under Incoterms X works. So about 1,44,350 was the value of the export documents received. Sorry, the export order received, and two shipments were to be sent against these. One shipment was done. It was exported using the IE code of the exporter from whose warehouse the material was picked up. What is Xworks? Xworks basically means that the exporter does not have any other responsibility. The buyer will arrange for the pickup from the exporter's warehouse, and then inward remittance will come in, and then the export will be done by the buyer's agent. But since the inward remittance is coming to the exporter's account over here in India, the exporter also requires a shipping bill for settling that particular transaction, for settling that particular inward remittance. So because of that, when the buyer's agent is making the shipment, he uses the IE code of the exporter from whose warehouse he has picked up the material. So the first shipment went across without any problem. As far as the second shipment was concerned, the second shipment was picked up. Money was received in advance. Okay. Second shipment was picked up. But due to some issues at the buyer's end, because import license was not available or import clearance became a problem, the buyer's agent, even though he picked up the material, he could not export it. Now, without exporting, there is no shipping bill. And without shipping bill, the inward remittance cannot be settled. Now, as far as the exporter was concerned, the exporter did not want to refund the money, because as far as he is concerned, he has fulfilled his contractual obligations. He has fulfilled his contractual obligations by handing over the material to the buyer's party, to the buyer's agent. After that, whether it gets exported or not, as far as his stand is concerned, his opinion is that, after that, whether the material gets exported or not, I'm not bothered. So I'm not going to refund the money that I have received. When in this kind of a situation, in your experience, in your opinion, as exporters who have been in this area for such a long time, what do you think are the options that are available to this particular exporter? What will you do? What should he do? So this is some food for thought. Let us try and see if we can discuss this. If we have time, we will discuss this at the end of the session. Okay. A lot of people ask, boss, why do you need export control? Yeah. Why don't you let people export, as much as they want? What is the problem in letting people export the way they want to export, why should you have export controls in place? Why should you have export controls in place? Just a minute. I think somebody, yeah, yeah, okay. Why should you have export controls in place? At the end of the day, the goods that are being used for export, that is that is produced out of the natural resources of our country, and when that money is going, when that material is going out, there should be some controls to ensure that there is no over exploitation of natural resources, to ensure that adequate supply of that particular material is available locally for domestic consumption before the material is sent out. Correct? Because if you permit exports to happen uncontrolled, there could be shortage in the domestic market. There are some recent instances also which, you know, we can draw attention to, you know, which can evidence these kind of I mean, thought processes. Correct. So these are primarily the reasons why we have export controls in place. And as far as an exporter is concerned, the prerequisite is that he has to register and obtain an IE code. Then he has to register the IE code and AD code with the customs and with the appropriate industry associations. Once he does all that, he is ready for export. And when we talk about the export process, there is the actual export, there is the EDF filing, and the export settlement. So basically, these are the three processes that happen as far as the export settlement is concerned. Now, when we look at how the transaction actually flows, the 2014 setting up of the EDPMS system, how does the transaction flow in the system and from initiation till settlement? So the first thing is that when you go and file an electronic shipping bill, the data gets captured by the customs authorities in the EDPMS system. So as soon as the shipping bill is issued, customs data processor, he captures the data in EDPMS, and the documents have to be submitted. Once that data is captured in EDPMS, it is available to the authorized dealer the next day. So the next day, your banker comes in, he downloads the data, he knows, okay, yesterday my customer has exported. Within 21 days, as per FEMA, within 21 days, you are expected to submit the export documents to your banker for doing the registration of documents. Now, this is true even when you have sent the documents directly to your overseas buyer. If you are a status holder exporter, or if you have received payment 100% in advance, you are permitted to send your export documents directly to the overseas buyer. Even when you do that, copy documents have to be submitted within 21 days to your banker for registration of documents. So within 21 days, you go and submit your documents. The banker goes into EDPMS system, picks out that particular shipping bill, and he marks it as documents registered. The status in EDPMS Excel file, which you will receive from your banker, it will change from pending acknowledgement to pending payment. Then what happens? Your inward remittance comes in, and when your inward remittance comes in, your banker asks you for a disposal instruction. You will tell your banker, sir, this has come towards settlement of my export bill. Your banker immediately goes into the EDPMS and creates an IRM, an inward remittance reference number is generated. Against this inward remittance reference number, data pertaining to that particular inward remittance is captured, such as the date, the amount, the remitter, the customer, the AD code of the customer who has received, right? All this data gets captured in the under the IRM. Currency, all that gets captured. Now, when the shipping bill data is captured in the system, there are certain unique codes. There is the shipping bill number. There is a unique item. There is a authorized dealer code, the exporter's authorized dealer, the IE code of the exporter, the port code, currency, date, value. These are the critical. These are basically the critical information that gets captured. Now, once the inward remittance is received and the disposal instruction is given by the customer, IRM has been captured in the system, has been generated in the system, then it is the responsibility of the exporter to intimate his bank that, sir, you remember that particular shipping bill I had submitted to you? This inward remittance has come against that particular shipping bill. So can you settle these two? Can you match off these two? This matching of process is probably the most important process in the entire exchange control process for export transactions, right? So your authorized dealer will go into the system again. He will pick up that particular shipping bill. He will pick up this particular IRM reference number. The IRM reference number and the shipping bill number have to be matched off. The inward remittance gets utilized against that particular shipping bill. And for that to happen, the shipping bill value and the IRM value have to be the same. If there is excess amount in the inward remittance, that particular excess amount can be utilized or can be retained as advance payment to be utilized for any other shipping bill. Similarly, if there is excess, if there is shortfall in the inward remittance, which means that the shipping bill value is in excess, then the balance amount remaining in the shipping bill will remain outstanding till such time another inward remittance is received and is utilized to close that. Till such time, what will happen? The status in EDPMS for that particular shipping bill will show as partially paid. So, three status: pending acknowledgement, pending payment, partially paid. This is how you have to read the Excel file which you get from your authorized dealer or from RBI when they send you that shipping bill outstanding report. Okay, so pending acknowledgement means you still haven't submitted export documents, or even though you have submitted export documents, your bank has not recorded it in the system. Pending payment means that not even a single dollar has been utilized against that particular shipping bill for settlement. Partially paid means that partial payment has been received and adjusted against that shipping bill. Balance, it's still not completely paid, still not completely knocked off. This is how you have to interpret it, and accordingly you have to take actions to settle your outstanding items. PRN process is completed only if that shipping bill is completely utilized. That is when you say that the PRN process, the payment realization process has been completed for that particular shipping bill. And today, EBRC can be issued against a shipping bill only if that that particular shipping bill has been shown as PRN done in this particular transaction. Buyer sending full amount, but banks are deducting some charges. In that case, how to match? Sir, ma'am, your bank will show that as bank charges, and they can utilize the full amount. Shipping bill can be closed fully without a problem, ma'am. The amount, it will depend upon if your shipping bill values are $10,000, the bank charges are, let's say, about $300-400. Bank will automatically consider that as $300-400 as bank charges. You can, if they don't, you can give an explanation. You can give a letter stating that this is basically shortfall is towards bank charges. Bank can look at the swift copy to validate what is the actual amount that has been remitted from outside the country and how much has been received here. So using that, you can evidence it and you can clear it off. Not a problem at all. So EDPMS implemented in 2014. So it pulls out data from the EXIM control side and the exchange control side, and it makes it available in one place. It's accessible to all stakeholders except exporters. It's accessible to all stakeholders except exporters. Not because exporters are not stakeholders. See, the problem is that it's a centralized system of RBI. You permit all the exporters to log into that particular system. I don't think the system can take that particular load, right? Even for bankers, for every bank there are only 2 or 3 logins. It cannot take that much load. So which is the reason why exporters don't have access to that particular system. Banks DGFT, customs authorities, and RBI. So these are the four entities who have access to that data within EDPMS. If you want access to that data, you will have to ask your banker who can generate that particular outstanding report against your IE code and send it across to you. And as I mentioned, when customs generates a shipping bill, that data is captured against a particular shipping bill into EDPMS. This happens when your shipment happens first and payment happens later. Later on, when inward remittance is received, authorized dealer creates IRM, which captures the data pertaining to the inward remittance into EDPMS. And both this data come together with the shipping bill number, the IRM, both of them come together. If the value is the same, they match off and the shipping bill gets settled and the IRM gets utilized completely. Where so this is basically how that particular transaction happens, or how that particular settlement happens. If a shipping bill is not showing in the EDPMS, then sir, you have to follow up with customs authorities. Bankers cannot do anything until and unless that data is transmitted from customs end. It will not show up in EDPMS. You have to take the help of your CHA and get it uploaded by customs. That's basically what you have to do. Now, one question that a lot of people ask is, sir, can I do invoicing in INR? I am an exporter. Can I raise invoice in INR on my overseas customer? Why not, sir? You are definitely permitted to invoice, to generate invoice in INR or in any freely convertible currency. But when the proceeds are realized, money has to be received into the country in any freely convertible currency, which means that your buyer has to utilize the Vostro system or the Vostro mechanism for sending money into the country for settlement of that particular export invoice. Why is that? Because see, INR is a restricted currency. INR cannot be bought outside the country. If you are selling to a buyer in Dubai and you are raising an INR invoice on that particular buyer, it is not possible for that buyer sitting in Dubai to buy INR in Dubai and send across to you, just like we are buying US dollar here. So what has to happen is that his banker will coordinate with another bank here in India. Let's say that he is banking with Mashreq Bank in Dubai. They will coordinate with another bank here in India with whom they maintain a rupee account. So, and if your invoice is 100,000 INR, 1 lakh INR, then Mashreq Bank will ask the bank here in India, my customer needs to send 1 lakh rupees to his supplier here in India. For that 1 lakh rupees, how much dollars do you require? The bank in India will convey the dollar value. Mashreq will buy dollars and send it across to India. That dollar will get converted and credited into the INR account of Mashreq Bank. That account will get debited and money will be sent by NEFT or RTGS to the INR account of the exporter here in India. So this is basically how it happens if you are invoicing in INR. So invoicing in INR is freely permitted, right? Proceeds, when it comes to India, it will come in freely convertible currency. This is how it has to happen. But we don't usually find it very common for INR invoicing, right? Why is that? See, as an exporter, rupee is a depreciating currency. Rupee is a depreciating currency. If you invoice in foreign currency, if the rupee depreciates against that foreign currency, between the time you invoice and you receive the payment, which is more than likely to be the case, then you have the benefit of having received that advantage of the depreciation in rupee. You will receive higher INR value as against what you were expecting to receive when you invoiced. So because of that, most exporters do not prefer to invoice in INR. Most exporters do not prefer to invoice in INR. Right? So this is basically one reason. The other reason is that when an exporter invoices in INR, what is he doing? He is basically passing on the exchange risk to his buyer outside the country, it is then the buyer who has to take that risk of exchange fluctuation. Unless and until you are in a significantly advantageous position than the overseas buyer, then it might not be possible for you to command that premium, or to command that capability for generating an invoice in INR and passing on that exchange rate fluctuation to the overseas party. Now, when you receive settlement, you can receive money into your INR account, or you can choose to retain that money in your EFC account. I'm sure almost all of you have an EFC account. It's a non-interest bearing current account which is denominated in foreign currency. 100% of foreign exchange that has been received by the exporter can be credited. There are specific purposes, or there are specific credits that can happen into the account. There are specific debits that can happen into the account. If you avail of an export credit, money that you borrow from the bank as an export credit in foreign currency, PCFC, cannot be credited to the EFC account. That is one thing which you have to be aware of as an exporter. Money which is received from outside the country, only that money can be credited to the EFC account. And whatever balances, as per RBI's regulations right now, balances at the end of the month should be necessarily utilized or converted by the end of the next month. So this is again one thing that you have to be cognizant of when you are crediting money into your EFC account. If not, you can simply convert and credit the money into your INR account now itself. Not a problem at all. You can do that as well. When you give the disposal instruction to your banker, you will tell the bank where to do, what do you do that do with that foreign currency that you have received, whether it should be credited to your EFC account or whether it should be credited to your INR account. If you are an exporter who does not have an EFC account, I would advise you to speak to your banker and get an EFC account at the earliest. Open an EFC account at the earliest. So can PCFC disbursed be credited to EFC account? It cannot be disbursed. PCFC cannot be credited to EFC account because it is not considered as an exchange earning. Proceeds of any loan cannot be credited to an EFC account. Similarly, if you are drawing down an external commercial borrowing, which is a loan availed from a lender outside the country, an ECB loan drawn down also cannot be credited to an EFC account. That also should be necessarily converted and credited to the rupee account. If you are an exporter, you can choose to maintain a foreign currency account abroad, provided you apply with RBI and obtain approval for this. Sometimes it is necessary. Sometimes, particularly, when you are going for long-term contracts, where your supplier where your buyer necessitates that you maintain a foreign currency account or a local account, and the money would be credited only to that particular account. In those kind of cases, what you will need to do is that you will need to approach RBI through your banker, obtain permission from RBI. It is contravention of FEMA to hold a foreign currency account abroad without prior approval from RBI. If you have opened an account, then you better have the approval on record, right? You better have that approval on record. We recently came across a case wherein a customer was maintaining a foreign currency account abroad after obtaining prior permission from RBI, but unfortunately that permission was obtained so long back that they lost the hard copy of that particular approval. After that, they changed bankers. The second banker who they had moved to, the new banker to whom they have moved to, they were also happily receiving payments from their inward remittances, which were being transferred from the foreign currency account overseas. Now, one fine day, the new authorized dealer suddenly woke up and realized that they did not have that particular approval on record for receiving the inward remittances from the foreign currency account maintained outside the country in the name of the exporter. And they asked the exporter for a copy of that approval. The exporter didn't have it because he had lost it. Then, a lot of running around happened. They said, no, we have it. We are unable to find it. Then they were thinking of approaching RBI, the regional office in Chennai, for getting a copy of the approval. I'm not sure whether they finally managed to get that approval or not. But these kind of regulatory documents, what I'm trying to mention over here is that these kind of regulatory documents, they have no expiry date. As long as you maintain that account overseas, you will need to maintain a copy of that approval, because anytime anybody can come in and ask for a copy of that. So please be very careful about the regulatory documents that you have, and please maintain these very carefully. Today these are very easy. It's not like earlier. You scan it and you store it. You have a proper document filing and a document retrieval system. So in soft copy, this can be retrieved, not a problem at all. But please maintain it. This is something which is extremely critical. Okay, it does not mean that once you have opened the account, then the approval is of no further use. No, as long as you maintain that account, you can be sure that at some point of time somebody will wake up and they will suddenly realize that they have not seen this approval in a pretty long time, and they will want to see a copy of that. This is quite interesting. Direct dispatch of export documents, particularly for new exporters, particularly for exporters who are not status holder exporters. If you are not a status holder exporter, please realize that you are prohibited from sending export documents directly. Kothari sir, can we have the Q&A session at the end of the session? Because otherwise, if we keep on resolving queries through the course of the session, we might not get time to finish the session. Let us finish the session. We have a Q&A session at the end of the session. We will clarify all queries at that point of time. So if you are not a status holder exporter, then it is not permitted for you to send the export documents directly to your overseas buyer. Then what are you supposed to do? You are supposed to submit documents to your banker. Your banker is supposed to send documents to the banker of your buyer, and through the banker of the buyer, it is supposed to be handed over either after receiving payment or after receiving acceptance, as basically a collection document. If you are a status holder exporter, then you are permitted. Or if you are even if you are a non-status holder exporter, if you have received 100% money in advance, then there is no problem. You can send export documents directly. But if you are not a status holder exporter, if you also haven't received the money in advance, 100% of the money in advance, then you are not permitted to send the export documents directly to the overseas buyer. It has to be handled through the authorized dealers in the way I have mentioned to you just now. Now you can submit a request to your authorized dealer once you have handed over the export documents. You can submit a request stating that you want the documents to be sent directly by the bank, by your banker, directly to the overseas buyer instead of sending it through his banker. If your banker is convinced about the genuineness of the transaction, if your bank is convinced about the arrangements that you have done to realize and repatriate the export proceeds, then he may choose to accede to your request. It is not compulsory that he should oblige you and he should comply with your request. If he is convinced about the genuineness of the transaction, if he is convinced that as an exporter you have done whatever is necessary to realize and repatriate the payment, then he may accede to that particular request. So as I mentioned, two types of direct dispatch. One is where authorized dealer can send documents directly, where you submit documents to your banker, ask them to submit documents, to send documents directly to the overseas buyer. The second one is where you are sending the document directly to the overseas buyer even without submitting to your banker. So in point number two, there are two different varieties. One where is where the exporter is a status holder or you are a unit in an SCZ. The other one where you are a non-status holder, where you have not received the 100% the payment by way of advance. The second one is more interesting for us. Direct dispatch by AD as it's done against one is where the entire export proceeds have been realized in advance. You can request your authorized dealer to send the documents directly to the overseas buyer. You will most probably not follow this particular route because FEMA permits you to send the documents directly to the overseas buyer once you have received payment in advance. Then why would you go to your banker, submit document to your banker and tell the banker to send it directly to the overseas buyer? You wouldn't do that, right? So this particular scenario might arise in a very rare instance. Or when the LC has been received for full value and LC terms stipulate sending of documents directly to the buyer. Again, extremely unlikely scenario. If an overseas bank is issuing a letter of credit on behalf of an overseas buyer, they will want the export documents to come to them, come to their counters, not to go to the buyer directly. But in the rare instance where a letter of credit states that documents have to be sent directly to the overseas buyer, then your authorized dealer can send the documents directly. Otherwise not. For exporters who are regular customers on the basis of track record, what is track record? Where the exporter does not have more than 5% export outstanding as uncollected exports. And the AD is convinced about the arrangements made for realization and repatriation of export proceeds. And to be convinced, they can ask you for anything. As I said, unless and until they are convinced about a particular transaction, they are not obliged to handle the transaction. They are not obliged to comply with your requests. That's basically how things are. They need to be convinced about the genuineness of the transaction. They are the ultimate authorities in deciding whether they are convinced or not. Now, the problem is that if the AD actually complies with this request and sends the documents directly, and tomorrow if the money remains outstanding, then the AD might be in trouble. So very rarely do ADs accept this sort of a request from an exporter unless and until the customer, the exporter is an extremely valuable customer. The banker does not usually comply with this request. In cases where documents are sent directly by the exporter, then how can it happen? Then there is a process of regularization. What do you mean by regularization? Which means that this action of the document being sent directly by the exporter was an irregularity which the banker can regularize subject to certain conditions. If the exporter is a status holder or an SCZ unit, if the shipping bill has been generated in the name of the authorized dealer at whose counters the documents are being submitted within 21 days of shipment, and the inward remittance is also coming in through that same authorized dealer, then these documents can be regularized for status holder exporters and SCZ units, not for non-status holders. Which is the reason why if you are a non-status holder and if you have sent documents directly and if you go and submit documents to your banker, in most cases the banker will return the documents and tell you, sir, when you get inward remittance at that point of time, you bring it. We will regularize it at that particular point of time. Why is that? Because for other customers, authorized dealers can regularize provided the export proceeds have been realized in full, either as advance payment or after exporting. Then the bank can regularize that particular transaction. Similarly, for in the other case also, wherein we saw exporter has to be a regular customer for the past 6 months, account is KYC compliant, there should be no other irregularity regarding KYC, etc., etc. So all those kind of things have to be complied with for this kind of cases as well. Now, if the proceeds remain unrealized, or if the proceeds are realized late, and if the exporter wishes to extend the time period, wishes to submit an extension request to the authorized dealer, if it is by a non-status holder exporter, then the authorized dealer cannot give approval to extend the time without first seeking and obtaining RBI approval. This is where people get stuck. You are a first-time exporter, you are not a status holder. You will think that when money comes in, I know I will go and settle it. That time I will go and submit my document and I will regularize it. But the problem is that money has not come in within 9 months, and you are getting clawback notices from customs stating, please, I mean, you haven't received, you haven't realized the payment, nor have you extended the time period for realization in EDPMS. So because of that, you are ineligible for the duty drawback benefits. So whatever drawback that we have paid you, please pay it back. Otherwise, your IEC will get blocked. So you are getting clawback notices like this from customs. And you run to the authorized dealer saying that, sir, please take this application, please take this request, and please extend the time for realization by another 6 months in the system, because RBI permits at one point of time the authorized dealer to extend the time period by 6 months. So please take this, and it will take some more time for me to realize I am in negotiation with my buyer. The AD looks at it and says, sir, but these are copy documents. Where are the originals? You never submitted originals to us. Sir, originals I sent across directly to the overseas buyer. Sir, but you are not a status holder exporter. You are not permitted to send documents directly. And I, as the authorized dealer, I am not permitted to do any action on this shipping bill unless and until RBI approves me to, permits me to, authorizes me to. And RBI approval will come, in its own sweet time. By that time, you will have received the show cause notices from customs. Either you would have had to repay the drawback, or your IEC would have got blocked. So if you are a non-status holder exporter, please be aware of these kind of complications. And please make sure you don't fall into these kind of issues. If you are exporting to one party and realizing payment from another party, happens. Nowadays it happens, right? You have a lot of cases wherein, your order is placed by one party, but payment is being done by another party. These are called third party payments. Invoice is raised on one party, payment is received from another party. If you have an arrangement like this, if you know upfront, in most cases, you will know upfront when you are entering into the transaction itself, you will know that, the order is coming in from X and the payment is going to come from Y. We know all that. So if you know upfront, it is better to have a tripartite agreement between yourself, Mr. X, and Mr. Y. It is better to have a tripartite agreement. If you don't have a tripartite agreement, at least please make sure that the name of the third party who's making the payment is captured in the invoice, in your export invoice, or in the purchase order that is issued in your name. Also, when you generate the shipping bill should also contain the name of the paying party apart from that of the buyer, the consignee to whom the material is being dispatched. Right? Now, authorized dealers are extremely wary. Even though RBI permits settlement of third-party payments, authorized dealers are extremely wary about handling these sort of transactions. See, when you talk about very large buying organizations, like say for example, somebody like an ABB or an Airbus or a Boeing, all of them have payment factories sitting in different countries, which handle payments for all the group companies. Or there will be one central buying entity, and that buying entity will generate the orders, they will make the payment, whereas the invoice has to be raised on a particular entity which is utilizing the material. So in all those kind of cases, it is very necessary to have documentary evidence capturing the relationship between all the parties. Why is a third party making payment for purchases that are done by another party? And again, these kind of arrangements are easier to handle if these are continuing arrangements. For a one-off transaction, it might be a little difficult. The documentation requirement will also be stringent. Whereas if it is a continuing arrangement, then you can go to your authorized dealer, say that, sir, this is basically what the transaction is. I want your approval to enter into this transaction in this particular manner. Remember what I told you initially? If there is a non-standard transaction, please discuss with your banker before you go and enter into that particular transaction, so that complications can be avoided later on. Right? So this is basically how third-party settlements have to be, handled. Now, in certain cases, what also happens is that you are buying and selling from the same party. You are buying and selling from the same party. Or then why should I get money in and then why should I send money out? In both cases, when money is coming in, I have an exchange loss. When money is going out, I have an exchange loss. The other party, they also have exchange loss when they are sending money and when they are receiving money. Is it possible to avoid this exchange loss and make payment of only the net amount, either receive net amount or pay net amount? Is it possible to do that? This setting off or netting off, is it possible? It is possible. RBI has permitted. RBI has permitted, and there have been some recent liberalizations or some recent clarifications as well. One of the most important thing is that the buying and selling should happen between the same two counterparties. That is the first requirement. Second thing is that the import transaction and the export transaction, both of them should happen in the same calendar year. Okay? And when you are settling these transactions and receiving or paying only the net payment, it is the authorized dealer's responsibility to make sure that they go into EDPMS, knock off the relevant shipping bill entries, and go into IDPMS and knock off the relevant bill of entry entries. Because that is when the transactions will get settled, right? So that again is a critical activity that has to be handled by the authorized dealer. And when you submit documents like this. A few things authorized dealer will verify. One is that the overseas buyer and seller, they're the same party, right? Buying and selling, and it's happening between the same counterparties. Basically, that's one thing that will get validated. Second thing is that the import payment has not been done for this particular transaction, and the overseas entity has to provide their concurrence, saying that we are okay to receiving or making payment of the net amount, rather than paying you the entire amount fully and then us receiving the entire amount fully. It is easier for us also, so we consent. So that consent is again the third thing, right? And lastly, these transactions should not be under any investigation by any investigating entity, either the export leg or the import leg. There should not be any regulatory investigation against any of these entities. And once the entire proceeds are adjusted, only then will the shipping bill be adjusted and the EBRC issued. EDPMS, IDPMS processes should be carried out. So both the transactions should happen, should be available at the same authorized dealer. The AD code mentioned in the the shipping bill, as well as the AD code mentioned in the bill of entry, they have to be the same. That is when the same AD can go into EDPMS and IDPMS and knock off the entire thing, right? So this is basically how setting off should happen. Uh, on 4th of December 2020, as I said, there were some liberalizations. Earlier, RBI had said that both parties, I mean, overseas buyer and seller are one and the same party. One liberalization that has happened is point number 3. Liberalization right now allows set off within the same group with other group companies. So if you are selling to one entity of ABB and if you are purchasing from another entity of ABB, then you can set off these two transactions subject to acceptance by ABB. Subject to acceptance by ABB. The consent letter, which has to be issued by the overseas counterparty, is a non-negotiable document. Okay, so this is basically what the recent liberalization is, where setting off within the group companies is also permitted, not just with the same counterparty. Okay, now let's take a 10-minute break over here, and then come back. 3:05 right now. 3:15, can we come back? Or 3:05, 3:05, 3:10. Let's come back by 3:10. Just take a 5-minute break. Second half of the day, slightly sleepy, slightly heavy head, uh, and then we can come back and we can continue our discussion. Devan, as I mentioned, let us have questions at the end of the day, if that is okay with you, please. Yeah. So 3:05. Let's come back by 3:10, please. Okay, we just took a short break. Back here. We're continuing with our session now. So, I took this opportunity to go through some of the comments in the chat box. So one comment was that we are a small exporter. We are not a status holder. We send documents directly to our overseas buyers. We receive payments on time. So far, nothing has gone wrong. We haven't faced any issues at all. Absolutely correct, sir. If your payments are coming on time, if you are not receiving, if you are not having any issues regarding that, there is absolutely no issues. You will not face any issues, because RBI FEMA permits the authorized dealer to regularize direct dispatch by non-status holders if the payment has been received in full. The challenge will happen if you have not received a payment, or if you are receiving payment late, and if you want to extend the time period for your export invoice or for your shipping bill. So as long as the payment for those direct dispatch cases are coming in properly and on time, there will be absolutely no issues, Mr. Bishnu. You will have absolutely no problem at all. So let it continue that way. Let your payments come on time. You will face absolutely no problem, right? Let it continue that way. Now, sometimes, so next, we are going to talk about export claims. So export claims happens when you have exported, but there are certain issues with the quality pertaining to a particular item, and therefore you want to or you want to give a discount to your overseas buyer. Your overseas buyer has said that the quality that we have agreed and what you have sent us, this is not matching. So we want some discount on the price that we have agreed. So while you have already received the payment, you have received a claim from the overseas buyer, either for the full amount or for the partial refund. So one, it can be refund of export proceeds or export claim. If it is for the full amount, then it is known as refund of export proceeds. If it is for partial discount, then it is known as export claim. In either case, whatever is the amount of discount or the refund that you are providing to the overseas entity, to your overseas buyer, you need to repay whatever export benefits you have availed, and you need to receive a certificate from customs authorities stating that these export claims have been the export benefits have been refunded. So your CHA will give you, whatever is the amount that needs to be repaid. You have to pay. The challan has to be generated. The hard copy of the challan has to be retained by you. So this is basically export incentives. Whatever export incentives that you have availed should have to be surrendered, and the goods have to be re-imported, particularly when it is full refund. If if you have generated shipping bill of $100,000, if the entire money is being paid back to the buyer, refunded back to the buyer, then you need to ensure that the goods are re-imported until and unless the goods have been destroyed or auctioned by customs, port, or health authorities, and you have a destruction certificate and auctioning certificate, etc., whatever evidence stating that goods are not available to be re-imported. That documentary evidence has to be provided. If this is not available, then goods have to be necessarily re-imported. Within 3 months of the outward remittance happening, you are supposed to submit the evidence of re-import to the authorized dealer through whom you have done this outward remittance. And this is a standard for any irregular transaction where you are going to your authorized dealer for approval. And please bear in mind, all these are subject to the comfort of the authorized dealer. What I am telling you over here, these are the provisions under FEMA. The authorized dealer can permit the exporter to to refund the full amount. Authorized dealer can permit, subject to the satisfaction of the authorized dealer, that the transaction is a genuine transaction and subject to compliance with all the other documentary requirements which the AD will prescribe. This is basically what FEMA means, right? It is all subject to the satisfaction of the authorized dealer. Sometimes what happens is that you are an exporter who has a buying agent outside the country and you wish to pay a certain commission on the exports to the overseas agent. Now, this is permitted under FEMA. There is a, it's permitted under, it's permitted by customs authorities as well. And as per FEMA, you can pay it in two ways. One is that you can receive the entire payment over here and then you can make an outward remittance to the sales agent for the commission amount, or you can receive inward remittance net of the commission amount. That happens when the sales agent receives the payment, he deducts his commission and he makes the payment for the net amount. This is basically, these are the two ways in which agency commission can be paid. In both these cases, it is preferable to have the commission amount mentioned in the shipping bill itself, so that it is approved by customs as and when the shipping bill is generated. If it is not declared in the shipping bill, then there has to be a written agreement between both the parties. Now we have a very interesting example for how an agency commission transaction can go wrong. So as I mentioned, agency commission can either be paid by receiving the inward remittance in full and then making a payment by way of an outward remittance to the agent outside. That is one way. The second way is that you receive payment net of commission, right? Now, in the case of one of our exporter customers, what happened was that the commission was mentioned in the shipping bill itself. This is that extract from the shipping bill, the relevant portion of the shipping bill. So if you see over here, the value of the the invoice is $135,226, and the commission amount mentioned is 10%, mentioned in the shipping bill itself, $13,522. So this is basically how all the shipping bills are generated, right? Now what happened was that in this particular case, the overseas agent, he collects the entire amount of 1,35,226. He recovers the commission that is payable to him, that is $13,522, and then he makes payment of the net amount to the exporter here in India. Now, ideally, what should happen in this particular case? The bank does not know what is the amount that is coming in to, should be adjusted towards. Correct? The exporter, it is the responsibility of the exporter to provide correct information to the authorized dealer so that the amount can be applied properly. This is particularly true when you are not receiving the payment bill on bill, where and a payment is coming in clubbed together for multiple shipping bills or multiple invoices, which is what happened in the case of our exporter as well, right? So he received payment for bulk of the for invoices clubbed together, and for those invoices which were which were clubbed together and paid, he failed to update the bank that each shipping bill should be settled for the net value. So for this particular shipping bill, so let's say that he had received $500,000 as one single inward remittance. Out of that $500,000, the amount that should have been utilized for settling this particular shipping bill was 1,35,226 minus 13,522. Exporter did not intimate the bank properly. So what did the bank do? The bank utilized 1,35,226 out of the $500,000 received to settle this particular shipping bill. Now what happened? In this shipping bill alone, the inward remittance is short by 13,522. Now imagine this happening over a period of about 2 to 3 years. For every shipping bill that the customer, that the exporter has generated and the payment received, this is the same case. Ultimately, we ended up with some 300, 400 shipping bills where we did not have inward remittances, sufficient inward remittances to settle against. Finally, what we had to do was that we had to approach RBI. The pending shipment, there is no inward remittance that is going to come against those particular shipping bills. Those export bills will need to be written off. But non-handling of proceeds in a proper manner, that is not a permitted reason for write-off, either for the exporter or for the authorized dealer, which means that this particular transaction will require approval from RBI to knock it off. It is not within the delegated authority of ED, right? So we have, discussed with the customer's banker. We put up the application. It has been submitted to RBI. It has been forwarded to RBI for approval. This is basically the current status. So as an exporter, it is the onus is on you to provide the correct information to the authorized dealer. If you do not provide the correct information and if the transaction is processed incorrectly, then ultimately it is you who are going to be in trouble. So please bear this in mind and give information appropriately to your banker. Now, there was one question regarding GR waiver in the chat box. I thought I would handle it, when we are talking about GR waiver as a topic in this session. So what is a GR waiver? See, so for certain kind of transactions, FEMA says that shipping bill is not needed to be filed. Those kind of transactions are known as GR waiver transactions. The shipping bill, filing of shipping bill has been waived off against that particular transaction. Now, under regulation 4 of FEMA 23R, there is a list of transactions where shipping bill does not need to be filed. So there are two types of situations. Export declaration is exempted, which means that export declaration is not required at all. Second one is export declaration is waived. There you need a certificate from the banker stating that this is a transaction wherein the GR shipping bill does not need to be filed, because this is a transaction where there will not be any foreign currency coming into India. So those kind of transactions are known as GR waiver transactions. Exemption, you do not need customs itself will not ask you for shipping bill filing. So where, say for example, transactions which are towards the personal effects of travelers. I am traveling outside, my personal effects, household goods, those do not require a shipping bill to be filed. If the export is accompanied by a certificate stating that these are gifts which are valued at less than 5 lakh rupees, then customs will not insist on a shipping bill filing, filing of an electronic shipping bill, right? Goods imported free of cost on re-export basis, where these are exported for any trade fairs, exhibitions, etc., or repairs and re-export. When you're bringing the goods in at that point of time itself, you will need to declare that the material that is coming in will be re-exported. If the bill of entry does not contain such a notation, then you will find it difficult to send the material back. Either if it is for trade fairs and being brought in for trade fairs and then taking out, or you are bringing it in, repairing it and re-exporting it. You have sold a particular piece of machinery. It has to be brought to your factory for servicing and for repairs. You bring it in, repair it and then re-export, right? So those kind of transactions, you will need to declare it in the shipping bill, in the bill of entry itself, that this particular material is being brought in for the purpose of sending back out. Replacement goods exported free of charge, permitted under para 248 of foreign trade policy. Goods which have been imported for re-export when the material came in itself, so similar to 249. Similar to para 249 of 2.49 of foreign trade policy, 2.46 of foreign trade policy is also similar. Imported goods which are found defective and you are sending it out. So there is a bill of entry already there. So you are sending the material out using that same bill of entry. You will have to evidence that it is the same material. Identifying marks will have to be shown, and it will have to be evidenced to the assessing officer that it is the same material which is being sent outside the country, because we find that these are not as per specifications, or that this material is defective, this particular equipment that I have brought in is defective, and therefore I am sending it back out. So these are transactions which are under exemption. EDF shipping bill is exempted. The other one, export of spares or for repair or replacement during warranty period, will require approval from RBI. That is as per para 250 of foreign trade policy. You have exported a machinery, there is a warranty period, and during the warranty period you are sending certain spares outside the country. Those kind of transactions will require a prior approval from RBI. Waiver of export declaration is basically those transactions where RBI has said that certain limits have been provided. Up to this amount, export can be done without receiving any foreign currency in exchange. Those are the transactions where your banker will issue a GR waiver letter stating that this is a transaction which does not involve any foreign exchange, and therefore this is being done, this export is being done under what is known as a non-commercial invoice. This is basically what a GR waiver transaction is. So there are three scenarios. One is simple GR waiver. So GR waiver transaction for export promotion, you can send material if you are if you are an exporter in gems and jewelry, or you are an exporter of articles of gold and precious metals, up to 1 crore or 2% of average annual export realization in the preceding 3 financial years, you can send material for export promotion. For this, a GR waiver certificate will be issued by your banker. Your CHA will have to file electronic shipping bill under scheme code 99. If you have not informed your CHA that this is a transaction under GR waiver, he will file a normal shipping bill, regular shipping bill. Correct? Scheme code 99 is what is known as NFEI, no foreign exchange involved transactions. So if he has not selected scheme code 99, it will go get filed as a regular shipping bill. That will get captured in EDPMS. Your banker will again start following up with you for inward remittance to knock off that particular shipping bill. So please bear in mind, your CHA has to necessarily select scheme code 99. And when the CHA selects scheme code 99, the transaction is not that particular shipping bill does not get captured in EDPMS. You will save a lot of headache if your CHA does this activity properly. If you are a regular exporter, if you are not a pharmaceutical exporter, if you are not an exporter in gems and jewelry, etc., annual limit of 2% of average annual export realization in the preceding 3 financial years is what you are permitted to export without receiving any foreign currency in exchange for export promotion purposes. For trade fairs, for exporters who are participating in trade fairs or exhibitions abroad, in these kind of cases, EDF approval or GR waiver is issued for taking the material out. Okay, for taking the material out. Now, please bear in mind, in all these 3 scenarios that we are talking about now, there is an additional follow-up activity that needs to be done by the authorized dealer. Authorized dealer, when he is issuing a GR waiver certificate, particularly, when you are talking about material which is being taken out for the purpose of trade fairs, he will issue a GR waiver certificate, and then he has to follow up with the exporter. He will follow up with the exporter stating that, sir, you had taken a GR waiver certificate to take some material out. What happened to to that particular material? Did you sell that material during the trade fair? I need to have a complete statement of account of whatever material that was taken out. You are permitted to gift. How much did you gift? How much did you sell? Did you sell at a discount or did you sell at MRP? I need a complete statement of accounts of whatever you have taken out under this particular GR waiver. Unsold items are to be re-imported and the bill of entry has to be resubmitted. So once the trade fair is over, you are expected to do this particular activity and submit that particular statement to your authorized dealer. Post this activity is when that particular GR waiver will get closed by the authorized dealer in their books. So please be very careful about how you are presenting this, what kind of details you are maintaining. All this record has to be maintained and presented to your banker. And the internal auditors will necessarily pick up each and every GR waiver transaction that the bank has given under this particular head. And since it is being audited, the bank will be extremely particular about getting these details from you. Export for re-import. Material being sent outside for repairs, for testing, and then being re-imported. When material goes out, at that time itself, you know that the material will come back in. Correct? When the material is going out, at that time itself, you know that the material will be coming back in. There is not going to be any foreign exchange that is going to come in. Right? So machinery sent out, repaired, and then re-imported. You will need a GR waiver certificate to be issued by your banker. Once after repairs, material is or that goods are re-imported back into the country, then the copy of that bill of entry, that the details of the bill of entry will need to be provided, and the GR waiver certificate has to be closed. Otherwise, what will also happen is that the bill of entry also will remain outstanding in EDPMS, and you will get follow for making payment against for settling that particular bill of entry as well. So you have to submit that bill of entry, state that this is issued against this particular GR waiver. So please close the GR waiver and please close the bill of entry as well. So this is an activity which has to be necessarily done by your authorized dealer, right? So please be very diligent in providing this sort of information. When material is re-imported, you have to declare to customs stating that there is not going to be any foreign currency. This was the issue. This is being re-imported against this particular GR waiver which was issued, right? Imported items found defective and being exported for replacement. if you have imported some item, if you are sending it back and receiving money against it, then it will fall under EDF exemption. Correct? It will fall under EDF exemption because there is no re-import going to happen. You are getting the money back, or you are not going to settle that particular ship, I mean, the bill of entry at all. You are not going to do any further transaction. But if you are sending this material out and you are going to get material, I mean, a replacement machinery, replacement equipment in exchange for this particular item, which was not as per the specifications that you had ordered, then that can be covered under what do you, a GR waiver transaction. It can either be covered under a GR waiver transaction, or it can be covered under a cancellation of the original bill of entry and a generation of a fresh bill of entry. You can do the transaction in both the ways. Okay, so this is basically a GR waiver transaction. I am sure, I think at least some of you would have certain transactions where a GR waiver is issued, but it is still appearing in EDPMS. In those cases, there is a general permission provided by RBI that if you are able to get a letter from customs that this particular transaction was done under non-commercial invoice and no foreign exchange was involved, no foreign currency is involved, then on the basis of that customs letter, the authorized dealer can knock off those entries from EDPMS. It will be very difficult for you to go and cancel those shipping bills in the custom system, because after 1 month the data gets purged and it goes to DG systems. After that, any change that you want to make, it is impossible. So easier would be to get a letter from Commissioner of Customs, from that customs authorities, stating that that particular shipping bill, that export was done under a non-commercial invoice, or that no foreign exchange was involved. Take that letter to your banker. On the basis of that letter, your banker can knock off those entries from EDPMS. In case goods are sent outside under GR waiver for testing purposes, and if the goods get destroyed during testing, then please ensure that you get a destruction certificate from the laboratory, and using that destruction certificate, the GR waiver has to be closed. Otherwise, the GR waiver will remain open in the bank system against your name. Please close these kind of transactions, because these small things, when they remain outstanding, after some point of time they will start becoming minor irritants, then they will become major irritants, then they will become huge issues. So don't let it go that way. So I explained this earlier. Exporter has to select scheme code 99 or the NFEI scheme, no foreign exchange involved scheme, while you are filing electronic shipping bill. If your CHS selects this correctly, the shipping bill will not come in EDPMS. In case of erroneous filing, it will get captured in EDPMS. This is RBI's email as of September 7, 2017. It has also been decided to permit the AD banks to close the entries in EDPMS in the following cases: entries on account of shipping bills / softex due to currency mismatch, export on free of cost basis, FOC basis, that is GR waiver, or in other cases, provided written confirmation of customs, SCZ, STPI in respect of mismatch, wrong information, etc. is available. So if the customs authorities are giving a letter stating that the transaction is a currency mismatch transaction, or the transaction is a GR waiver transaction where the export happened against a non-commercial invoice, free of cost basis, then on the basis of that letter, your banker has been permitted by RBI to close the entries in EDPMS. Okay, now we come to the different types of advance payments. So far we have been talking about you getting money after you export it. But in some cases, some of you are fortunate enough to get advance payment from your overseas suppliers. Sorry, overseas buyers, correct? Now, in those kind of cases, there are certain responsibilities. There are, different types of advance payments. The most common one is that, if you're receiving the advance payment, it's for regular export, working capital, raw material, your regular export as your regular trading business or manufacturing and supplying business. Then within 1 year of receiving the export advance, you are expected to export and submit the documents to your banker for settlement. Your banker will match off that shipping bill with the inward remittance. So when you receive advance payment also, when you tell your banker that this is against an export advance, an IRM is generated in the system. That reference number is available. So you receive inward remittance for $100,000. IRM gets generated for $100,000. Shipping bill is generated for $50,000. Export happens for $50,000. You submit export documents for $50,000. Banker will take that shipping bill number, take this IRM number, match it off. $50,000 in this IRM gets utilized. It is like your old FIRC, right? In the earlier days, we used to have this FIRC where endorsement used to happen on the reverse, stating that $100,000 value is FIRC, $50,000 has been utilized, balance remaining is 50,000. Similarly, now IRM gets utilized, $100,000 inward remittance, 50,000 is utilized, balance 50,000 remaining. Second export document generated, shipping bill generated for $50,000, that also gets submitted. IRM is utilized for the full amount, completely utilized. This has to be done within 1 year from the date of receipt of inward remittance or advance payment. You can pay interest on this to your overseas supplier, overseas buyer. You can pay interest, LIBOR plus 100 basis points up to L plus 100. You are permitted to pay interest to your buyer who has made advance payment to you. Right? What happens if you are unable to export within 1 year? Frankly, if you are still able to export, nothing will happen. You can still submit export documents. Your banker will utilize that IRM and they will knock off that particular shipping bill. Nothing will happen. But if you want to refund the export advance, then there is a problem. If you want to refund your export advance beyond 1 year from the date of receipt of that export advance, then you will require prior approval from RBI. You won't be able to do it under the automatic route. It will require RBI approval. And you get it. I mean, you have to provide justification. RBI will ask you a lot of questions, but ultimately you do get it. What happens if the exporter has not refunded and he has not exported and he has not refunded the export advance as well? Then probably in about another 10 years time, he can expect to receive a notice from the enforcement directorate. First, his banker will follow up with him. The exporter will not do anything. He will receive follow-up emails from RBI. He will not do anything. Then RBI will transfer that case to enforcement directorate. You will receive a notice asking you had received inward remittance. You did not make a shipment. What happened to your money? Why did you not make the export? You will have to then explain, right? We see this in the case of MNC subsidiaries. Sometimes they receive inward remittance from their parent company against which they do not export. Now you cannot say that, sir, my parent company has given me export advance. I have not exported. It is between me and my parent company. What is your problem, sir? Sir, the problem is there. If you are not exporting for the money that is received from your parent company, then it means that it is not export advance, it is investment. And for bringing in investment into the country, there is a certain route that needs to be followed. You please follow that route. For each and everything, there is a route, there is a proper process that needs to be followed. Please follow that process. Please do not utilize one thing for another thing, right? So that is basically how you have to handle your foreign currency transactions. Now, sometimes what happens is that you are dealing in a particular product, which particularly capital equipment, which requires more than 1 year to manufacture and to export. Now, in that case, what happens? FEMA permits you to take more than 1 year time to export. FEMA permits you. You have to record those transactions with your authorized dealer upfront. When you receive an inward remittance, which is an advance payment, against which you will do the export only after 1 year, then you will have to record that with your authorized dealer upfront. And AD has to approve that additional time period for you to export. Okay? Approval authority has been delegated to the AD. For this, the AD will do one simple checking. Under the approval route or the automatic route, the exporter has not refunded more than 10% of the export advance received in any of the preceding 3 years. And it will be calculated year on year. For the preceding 3 years, year 1, year 2, year 3, what is the export advance received? Out of that, how much export happened? How much of export advance was refunded? In none of the preceding 3 years, that percentage should be more than 10%. If it is more than 10%, then the authorized dealer cannot permit the exporter to receive such kind of an export advance. KYC report on the overseas buyer has to be obtained. This is basically a banker's report. This is basically the authorized dealer's responsibility. KYC report as well as the verifying the transaction is bona fide, because ultimately the approval authority has been delegated to the authorized dealer, and it is the AD's responsibility to be convinced about the genuineness of the transaction before they provide the approval. Here also, the exporter is permitted to make payment of interest up to LIBOR plus 100 basis points. Export documents against these export advances. The first one that I mentioned earlier and this one, the regular export advance as well as export advance beyond 1 year, should be submitted at the same authorized dealer where the inward remittance has been received. You cannot receive inward remittance at the bank A and go and submit documents to bank B. And again, almost all the transactions for which AD has given approval will be picked up by internal auditors for their audit, and therefore operations teams and the banks will be extremely careful about how they are giving their approvals for these kind of transactions. One question that I saw, after export done, receiving amount from third party, how to regularize? Sir, we spoke about this in our third party settlement. Earlier during the presentation, we spoke about this. Okay. Export advance for long term. There is one more kind of export advance, wherein you have a long term relationship with your buyer, and your buyer is willing to provide an export advance which can be utilized against exports over a longer term. What longer term? Up to a period of 10 years. Up to a period of 10 years you can take for exporting against these kind of export advances. Here again, these are subject to specific approval from the authorized dealer. Authorized dealers concurrence is required, and AD will give approval subject to conditions. Exporter should have minimum track record of 3 years of satisfactory exports. What do you mean by 3 years of satisfactory exports? Export realization should be at least 95% of exports done. There should be a supply contract in place, right? There should be a long-term supply contract in place. It should not be a revocable supply contract. The nature, it should it should mention the delivery timelines, right? Penal clauses, pricing, etc., etc. Also, an assessment of the exporter needs to be done. An exporter who has been consistently exporting for $1 million every year suddenly gets an export advance for an amount of $50 million to be exported, to be adjusted against exports over the next 10 years. Obviously, there is a mismatch. The AD will should definitely not approve a transaction like this. It is the responsibility of the AD to assess the exporter's capability to fulfill this contract. Will the exporter be able to export up to $50 million over the next 10 years? Maybe, maybe not. At the end of the day, the AD has to assess. They have to be convinced about the genuineness. And if they are convinced about the genuineness, they can approve it. This is how the AD has to look at this kind of a transaction. Maximum interest payable is L plus 200. Any amount which is received under a long-term export advance, if it needs to be refunded, it will require prior approval from RBI. It will require prior approval from RBI, right? Similarly, if the amount is more than $100 million, AD should report it immediately to RBI, not to be used for liquidation of non-performing rupee loans. Ultimately, this is more like a quasi ECB, external commercial borrowing, right? Where the documentation and the procedural complication of ECB is not there, right? But since this is under export advance, the responsibility has been delegated to the authorized dealer for monitoring this and for making sure that the transactions are being done properly, are being managed properly. There is no misuse of these kind of facilities. That is the primary responsibility of the authorized dealer as far as these transactions are concerned. Sometimes when you receive an export advance, your overseas buyer might ask you for a guarantee, stating that if you are unable to export, then they will they are permitted to invoke the guarantee and recover the export advance that has been given to you. Similar thing is there for our imports as well. When we are making an import advance payment, if it is beyond a particular amount, it is necessary that the importer obtain a guarantee, an advance payment guarantee from the overseas supplier to whom he is making the import advance payment. Similarly, for export advance also, RBI permits the banks in India to issue export advance guarantees. For long-term export advances, it can be issued for an initial period of 2 years and then further rolled over. When it is being rolled over, the bank has to see, the AD has to see what was the original advance received, how much exports have already happened. So what is the amount of advance that is currently outstanding, unutilized? Roll it over only on the reducing balance basis, only on the balance export advance that is yet to be regularized. That is how this particular export advance payment has to be guaranteed, has to be the guarantee has to be issued. Bank guarantee SBLC should not be used for financing with an overseas branch or subsidiary of the issuing bank. Very unlikely this will happen, but still There are a lot of fraudulent activities that are happening in the market, so you never know. Okay, now coming back to our regular export, first doing exports and then realizing payment. What is the time period? What is the time period for realization and repatriation of export proceeds? 9 months. 9 months from the date of export. This was increased to 15 months, but now it has again been reduced to 9 months from the date of export to realize and repatriate the export proceeds. If you are an exporter exporting to a warehouse, then extended time period of 15 months from the date of export for you to realize and repatriate export proceeds. What happens if you do not realize and repatriate the export proceeds within 9 months? Then, and what happens after you realize the export proceeds? Then once you realize the export proceeds, as we discussed earlier, the authorized dealer will do a PRN process on EDPMS to settle the shipping bill, and AD will issue a BRC for the exporter to avail export benefits, such as marking it off against the EPCG license or advance authorization, or the for availing MEIS benefits, etc., etc. Now everything has come to RODTEP. So for the RODTEP benefits, etc., you require your BRC. And BRC is a EXIM control document, which says that for a particular export that has happened, realization has happened. Now, when you don't realize the export proceeds on time, a few things happen. One is that you could receive a notice from customs authorities. If you do not wish to receive those kind of notices, or if you do not wish to receive follow-ups from your banker, then what you need to do is that you need to extend the time period in EDPMS by seeking approval from your banker. Your banker can extend the time period by 6 months in one go. Earlier, prior to 2014, there was a facility for exporters to do self extension. Those facilities are not there now. Banker can approve up to a period of 6 months in one time. And as with anything and everything, transactions which are under investigation by any regulatory or investigative agencies are not eligible. If your transaction has been picked up for investigation by any of the regulatory agencies, either customs or DRI, etc., etc., then you will not be eligible. That particular transaction, you will not be able to apply to your banker for extension of time. And AD can do it without any consideration of invoice value, subject to the overall export outstanding. If it is more than 1 year, if the time period is extending for more than 1 year, subject to the condition that the total export outstanding of the exporter is less than $1 million or 10% of average export realizations, whichever is higher. So this is basically the condition. So when you are looking at a particular transaction, whether that export has happened on 1st of January 2021, you are supposed to realize and repatriate payment by 30th of September 2021. You have not received it. You approach your banker for extending the time period by another 6 months, which means that by 31st of March 2022 is when you are expecting the payment to come in, which means that the realization period for this particular shipping bill has now crossed 1 year from the date of export. And when that happens, the bank has to look at additional conditions. They will ask for a chartered accountant certificate. That is a standard document that bankers ask. A standard third-party document, anything that the banker cannot validate on its own, he will ask for a CA certificate. Sir, you give me a CA certificate. Sir, what should be contained in the CA certificate? Sir, is there a format for? Sir, no format, sir. You make sure that it contains these data or these declarations. No standard format. It should contain that the total export outstanding of the exporter is less than either $1 million actual export outstanding as on date current is either less than $1 million it is less than 10% of average export realizations during the preceding 3 financial years, whichever is higher. This is how it has to be calculated. This is how it has to be figured out. So the chartered accountant will say that, okay, in the preceding 3 financial years, these are the export realizations, right? And this is the average of the past 3 years. This is the 10% of that. So current actual export outstanding is so much. So is it less than the 10% of average export realization? Is that 10% of average export realization less than $1 million? If it is less than $1 million, okay, take $1 million as the upper limit, right? So this is how that calculation will happen. Okay. So export realization, when you are talking about what do you mean by export realization, the sum of inward remittances for which the purpose code has been given as P0101 and P0102. And wherever you have received export advance P0103, where you have submitted export documents, it can be taken for that value as well. Now, if you have filed a suit, if you are proceeding legally against the overseas buyer, then none of these considerations are important. It will automatically, as soon as you provide evidence that I have proceeded legally against the overseas buyer, all these limits will not be considered and the bank will automatically approve extension of time. And please make sure that you tell your authorized dealer, please update EDPMS. Otherwise, whatever this efforts that you are doing, this is of absolutely no use. Now, what happens if money remains unsettled? Money did not come at all. Getting money delayed is one thing. You can extend time. What if money is not realized at all? If money is not realized at all, then there is a specific provision under FEMA for writing off that particular export bill, considering that as bad debts. So bad debts, it is not just necessary that you recognize, you and your auditors recognize that these are bad debts, and therefore we write it off again from our, reduce our receivables by that extent. But you also need to submit documents to your banker to update EDPMS. And there are limits provided. Self write-off by an exporter other than status holder 5%, which is a non-status holder exporter can write off up to 5% of total export proceeds realized in the calendar year preceding the year in which the write-off is being done. So, sir, let me ask you this question. I am an exporter who has done an export of, he has generated a shipping bill of $500,000 in the year 2013. Money did not come in. In the year 2021, I am doing a write-off of that particular shipping bill, which I generated in 2013. What will be my preceding year? Will my preceding year be 2020 or will my preceding year be 2012? What do you think, sir? See, in this particular case, the preceding year will be 2020 because the write-off is happening in 2021. Even though the export was done in 2013, the write-off is happening in 2021. The limits have to be calculated for, I mean, based on the year in which the write-off is being done. So which means that whatever is the total export proceeds realized in 2020, if you are a non-status holder exporter, up to 5% of that you can write off on your own. If you are a status holder exporter, you can write off 10%. And additionally, your authorized dealer can write off another 10%. Now, please bear in mind, this limit of 5%, 10% and all, for all practical purposes, they become as good as approval by authorized dealer itself, because ultimately, you as an exporter, you don't have access to EDPMS. Even when you do self write-off, whether you are a status holder exporter or a non-status holder exporter, even when you do self write-off, you cannot go into the EDPMS and update that particular shipping bill saying that I have written it off. You have to ultimately approach your authorized dealer and request them to update EDPMS saying that these shipping bills, you have written it off under self write-off. The authorized dealer, for him to do that particular updation in the system, he will ask you for all the documents to make him convinced that you have done the transaction properly, that this was well within your limits, and that you did the transaction without any issues, right? So the banker will ask you for all documents which they would otherwise ask for an approval, AD approval transaction itself. And for all practical purposes, this becomes equivalent to an AD write-off itself here. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. I mean, that's how it is. And what kind of transactions can be taken up for write-off, or preconditions for writing off? Transaction should be outstanding for at least 1 year. Exporter should have track record, was documentation. Sir, I did follow up with my customer over WhatsApp. Doesn't work, sir. Sir, I did follow up with my customer over phone call. Doesn't work, sir. Did you send notices? Did you send emails? Did you send letters? We want that. We want that as evidence of the actions that you have taken to recover dues. Whatever export benefit that you might have received against those export documents, you have to refund those. You have to refund those. And transaction should not be for export done to countries with externalization problems. Basically, countries which do not have adequate foreign currency. And last one is a standard, requirement for all kind of transactions. Again, write-off either under AD write-off or under self write-off is permitted for 7 categories of transactions. One, where overseas buyer has become insolvent, where the you had approached the Indian Embassy or Foreign Chamber of Commerce for settlement of a dispute with an overseas buyer. They got involved, case got settled, and part payment was received. Balance is the one that is now being written off. That is point number 2. Point number 3, you have sent the material, but the buyer never took a delivery of the material. Goods were destroyed or auctioned by port, customs, or health authorities. So in those kind of cases as well, you can write off. You need to get an auction certificate or a destruction certificate. Buyer not traceable despite best efforts. That's a wonderful thing. What to do? What to do? There's nothing that you can do, right? Overseas buyer has been declared insolvent. At least you have a letter from the official liquidator. In this particular case, you have been trying to reach him. You have all the evidence of email sent and letters sent, etc., with with nil response from the buyer. With nil response from the buyer, what to do? not traceable despite best efforts. You can write off. You can write off. Amount represents balances less than 10% of value of the export bill unrealized despite best efforts. This one, point number 5, actually is redundant in the sense that FEMA already permits exporters to give reduction in invoice value, right? So this can be handled as reduction in invoice value, and you actually don't need to do a write-off. This reduction of invoice value will take care of these kind of transactions. Cost of legal action would be prohibitively expensive. You have done export for $5,000. Money not received. No, boss, for realization of $5,000, if you want to proceed legally, then you will spend significantly more than what you hope to get. You can still do just to teach that guy a lesson, and in that process incur significant losses for yourself as well. But generally, the cost of legal action, I mean, in these kind of cases, what you would do is that you would simply write off that particular transaction, because the cost of legal action would be expensive, and even if you get a favorable order, you don't know whether you will be able to implement that order and get the money out. So best option would be write it off, forget it. Amount represents difference between LC value and actual export value, provisional and actual freight charges. Difference between LC value and actual export value. Why did you export more than the LC value ultimately if you did not have an agreement with your overseas buyer? Why did you export more than the LC value? Stick to your LC value itself. No, stick to it. Now, in December 2020, RBI extended the delegated authority of authorized dealers for write-off of transactions. Now, the first 3 instances where the buyer has been declared insolvent, where the amount represents balances due in a case settled through intervention of Indian Embassy, goods exported having been auctioned. Now, for these 3 instances, the limits are not applicable at all. So even beyond the 10%, 15%, sorry, 10% and 15% and 20% limits, the AD can write off. Self write-off is not possible. AD can write off. So AD can now write off up to any amount where the overseas buyer has been declared insolvent, or where help was taken from the Indian Embassy or Foreign Chamber of Commerce and an issue was settled, or the goods have been auctioned or destroyed by port, health, or customs authorities in the importing country. In these, documentation has to be pakka, and the evidence has to be presented to the authorized dealer, and AD has to look at the case and decide whether they want to approve the case for write-off or not. This is extending the delegated authority. This delegated authority is now being extended even a little further for cases where direct dispatch is done by non-status holder exporters. In those cases, if the exporter wants to do a write-off, prior to December 2020, it required prior permission from RBI, irrespective of the amount, whether it was under 5%, 10%, 15%, etc., etc. It required prior permission from RBI. Now, after December 2020, RBI said that under specific conditions, AD can do write-off within the applicable limits. That is 15% of export realization in the previous calendar year, 5% self write-off, 10% AD write-off. So both put together 15%, right? So again, in these 3 instances where the material has been either destroyed, or whether where the Indian Embassy or the Foreign Chamber of Commerce was involved in finding a settlement, in arriving at a settlement, or where the buyer has been declared insolvent. In all these three cases, if the transaction is under direct dispatch by a non-status holder, DTA exporter, then up to 15%, then the AD can do write-off of export proceeds. Typically, your CS certificate will contain this data: export realization in the previous calendar year, total write-off done during the year, including current write-off, details of the export transaction, and also a declaration that all export benefits availed have been surrendered. So this is basically, as far as the CS certificate is concerned, what kind of data should be there in the CS certificate. Some of you are smart enough to take an ECGC cover for your exports, so that tomorrow when the buyer does not pay you, you can file an insurance claim and at least claim the money from ECGC. Claim the money so that no financial loss happens, right? ECGC, when they make payment to you, at that point of they make payment in INR. The settlement happens in INR. These kind of transactions are not eligible for self write-off. All these transactions can be written off only by the banker. Only by the banker. Okay. And see, typically ECGC makes payment for about 85 to 90% of the shipping bill value or the invoice value, right? So what the AD will have to do is that AD will have to utilize the amount received from ECGC for making settlement of 90% of the shipping bill value, and the balance 10% of the SB, the AD has to write it off. This is basically how write-off against insurance claim has to be processed. BRC is not issued because money is not received from outside the country, and therefore BRC cannot be issued, right? And here again, there is no limitation of 10%, 15%, or whatever it is. AD can write off up to whatever extent. Absolutely no issues. And towards the end, we will also see one particular form of export, warehouse exports, where an exporter sends material outside the country, holds it in a warehouse, and then sells it from that particular warehouse to a buyer outside the country. To do this, the exporter requires prior approval from his banker. The authorized dealer can provide the approval after looking at certain parameters. One of the parameters is that the exporter's export outstanding should be less than 5% of exports during the previous financial year. Right? And the exporter has to have minimum export turnover of $100,000. Proceeds have to be realized within 15 months. This approval has to be renewed every year. When it is being renewed, a statement of accounts, a reconciliation statement has to be provided. Ideally, for the sake of good order, for the sake of simplicity, you should provide a statement of accounts on a monthly basis. And what we have also seen is that whenever banks ask for a reconciliation certificate, they ask reconciliation to be done done number wise, item wise, on the basis of quantity rather than value. This is basically what we have seen bankers, AD is doing the reconciliation. FEMA doesn't talk about how reconciliation has to be done. Each authorized dealer will follow a different process. Please understand from your banker how the reconciliation has to be done, because ultimately your shipping bill has to be settled. Your SB has to be settled completely, right? So how will that shipping bill be settled? What information will he require? That you will have to discuss with your banker before, and then he will tell you when you are filing an application for warehouse exports. At that point of time, he will give you an entire process flow of how things are to be handled. Okay, now we are looking at 3 or 4 cases over here, small caselets. One case that we came across where a exporter received an inward remittance, and once they were ready to export, they received a communication saying that the equipment has to be supplied, or the machinery or the goods have to be supplied to a local consignee. Now there is an inward remittance against which an IRM has already been generated. To settle that IRM, you would require a shipping bill. If material is delivered to a local consignee, where will the shipping bill come from? You won't have a shipping bill, right? So there is a buyer outside the country who's replacing a purchase order or a letter of credit on a, or issuing a letter of credit to a seller here in India. The seller has to supply the material to a project site in Gujarat against the inward remittance that is coming in from the buyer outside the country. So the challenge, there is no shipping bill. And since the inward remittance is happening for supply of goods, bank will classify the same as exports and they will capture it in EDPMS and an IRM will get generated. Against this IRM, there is no shipping bill and therefore transaction will remain outstanding. Now, there is a clarification provided by the Reserve Bank of India in one of the AD conferences that these kind of transactions will require prior permission from RBI. AD cannot handle without prior concurrence from RBI. In this particular case, the LC was already opened. So we had to approach RBI for a post facto approval. We approached, bank also noticed this only after the documents were submitted to them for negotiation. At that point of time, they said, I'm sorry, we will not be able to handle this because material has been, it is a lorry receipt for delivery of material from Bangalore to Gujarat. And therefore, we will not be able to handle this particular transaction. Now, the bank, and then we had to approach the banker with an application to forward to RBI. Bank forwarded it to RBI. RBI provided concurrence to process the transaction outside EDPMS. So bank cancelled the IRM, took the transaction outside EDPMS and negotiated the LC against that inward remittance that was coming in outside the EDPMS. This is how the transaction has to be handled. Prior permission from RBI is essential before you get into such a kind of a transaction. Please bear in mind. Another case. An exporter has received an order from an overseas buyer for supply of machinery. Now, typically what would happen is that the exporter would assemble everything in India and he will supply it outside the country. Now, in this particular case, what happened was that because of COVID related issues, the final processing could not be done here in India. So what the manufacturer did was that he found a job worker outside the country who was willing to do that value addition or that final finishing process and then deliver the material to the overseas buyer. So the exporter here in India will ship out partially finished goods. So say for example, the value of export order is for $100, right? He will ship out material for which is worth $80. The job worker will, the value addition will happen for about $20 worth outside the country. Final finishing will happen. Final finished goods worth $100 will get delivered to the buyer. And then inward remittance will come in. So certain challenges that the exporter was facing was that, how do I raise the shipping bill? Should I raise the shipping bill for $80 or should I raise the shipping bill for $100? Now, if I raise the shipping bill for $100 and tomorrow, if there is a physical inspection and if the appraiser values the material as only $80 and not $100, then I could be accused of over invoicing my exports and thereby availing additional undue export benefit. But if I mention it as $80, when I receive inward remittance, I will get entire $100. How do I settle that extra $20 which I am receiving against which inward remittance of $100, shipping bill of $80? How do I reconcile these two? So this basically was the kind of issue that the exporter was facing. So what we did was that there is a provision in EDPMS. When an inward remittance is received for $100, you can split the inward remittance into two. You can capture part of it within EDPMS and you can capture part of it outside EDPMS. That is possible. Operationally, it is possible. So in this particular case, what we advised the client was that do the shipment, generate shipping bill for $80. You raise two separate invoices for, to the overseas buyer, right? When the inward remittance comes in, let it come in as a single inward remittance of $100, not a problem, right? You you give your disposal instruction to the banker accordingly, saying that against this inward remittance of $100, $80 is against supply of goods, $20 is against service charges. Therefore, generate IRM only for $80. Bank will split the transaction into two, generate IRM for $80, use that IRM to settle the shipping bill. $20 will get entire $100 will get credited to the customer's account, $20 being treated outside EDPMS. The job worker will generate an invoice on the manufacturer for his job work charges, against which an outward remittance will go as an A2 payment, as a non-trade payment to the job worker for payment of service charges. This is how the transaction was finally settled. Right? So this is another example. Another one. Now this build to ship to model, I'm sure a lot of you would have looked at, you would have entered into as well. You receive an order from a particular buyer who is asking, who's telling you that you receive the invoice, you generate the invoice on me, I will make the payment to you, but deliver the material to my factory, which is in another country. Now, in most cases, this will not create problems. But there are certain countries that you need to be careful about. There are 6 countries known as ACU countries: Bangladesh, Myanmar, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Maldives, and India. These 6 countries are part of a local clearing arrangement known as Asian Clearing Union. Transactions between these countries need to be settled through the ACU mechanism only. So if your bill to ship to model involves shipment to any one of these countries, any one of these other 5 countries, then it is possible that you will run into problems. In the case of my client, what happened was that he received an order from a buyer in Singapore who said that you generate the invoice on me, I will make payment to you, but I want the material to be delivered to my factory in Sri Lanka. So when the documents were submitted to the bank and when the inward remittance came in from from Singapore, outside the ACU mechanism through the regular banking channels, the bank rejected the transaction, rejected the inward remittance, saying that we will not be able to settle this particular transaction because remittance has to come in through the ACU mechanism. Why is that? Because as per FEMA 14R, that is the set of guidelines which prescribe how money should be received and paid for foreign currency transactions, the currency of payment should correspond with the country of destination not the country of the buyer. In this particular case, currency of the country of destination is Sri Lanka. Currency of destination means the settlement then has to happen through the ACU mechanism. Now you will ask me, sir, Singapore is not part of ACU. How will a buyer sitting in Singapore make remittance through the ACU mechanism when Singapore is not part of Asian Clearing Union? This is an unresolvable situation. This is an unresolvable situation. This again had to go to RBI. And we had to seek specific approval from RBI to handle this transaction outside ACU. RBI is aware of these kind of, strange or, exceptional transactions. But they are unwilling to provide a workaround for, under the automatic route for these kind of exceptional transactions. They say that if you have a transaction like this, you come to us, we will look at it and we will approve it. Okay. Now, some of you might say that, sir, we had one transaction which was of similar nature, which went through without a problem. I would simply say, sir, you are lucky. That's all I would say. Your banker, if you were to get audited, and if that particular transaction were picked up by an RBI auditor, he would be in soup. That also I will say. Other than that, I will not say anything. And just because one transaction went through without any problem smoothly does not mean that in future also the same bank will do a similar transaction without any problem. That also I will tell you. So this was basically the solution that we had to ultimately the solution was that we had to approach RBI and obtain approval from RBI. So finally we come to our original case study. So any thoughts on that? I would like to. We are now going into our Q&A session. So before we enter into our Q&A session, we have half an hour. So we will use that for Q&A as well as for about 5 minutes. If somebody has any thoughts on this particular case from your experience, I would like to hear about that.
Okay, shall we take questions from the chat box first? There are a few questions. Ms. Nikita was telling that buyers are sending full amount, but banks are detecting some charges. In that case, correct. How to match?
Yeah, so that I think, ma'am, I had already mentioned. So this bank can consider, recognize that as bank charges, and they can settle the full value of the shipping bill. One thing that they look at is that they will look at the SWIFT copy, the message that the remittance message. They will see what was the original amount that was sent. So let's say the shipping bill was for $10,000. $10,000 was remitted from outside the country, and then $500 was captured in between as bank charges. Then the bank can look at the remittance message and see that $10,000 was actually remitted, and consider this $500 as bank charges, and therefore settle the entire shipping bill. That you can inform the bank, and they have the delegated authority to consider it in that manner and settle it.
Okay, next is that the shipping bill is not showing in EDPMS system. I think Anvish, you have to contact the customs for retransmission of your shipping bill, so that it will comes to EDPMS system, so it will be get to nullified with the shipping bill. The other question is that what is the expansion of PRN?
Sir, very difficult to tell you what is PRN. We call it as payment received and settled. That's basically how we call it. Ultimately, I think more than what the expanded form is, the process is more important, sir.
Okay. The other question is invoice sent for a goods, and sometimes for an emergency, buyer is making us to courier the entire goods, when their inventory is less and making the payment for goods and freights.
Correct.
Bank is adjusting the payment for the goods only and freight charges not adjusted and IRM outstanding issue is coming.
Absolutely. So, sir, ma'am, so what I would suggest is that you please look at this particular case where an inward remittance, one single inward remittance is split into two, right? One single inward remittance is split into two. You need to inform your banker appropriately. When the inward remittance comes in, you will need to intimate to your banker that X amount is towards supply of material and Y amount is towards freight charges, so that the amount that corresponds to the freight charges does not get captured in EDPMS and an IRM does not get generated for that particular amount. Freight charges will remain outside EDPMS. What will go in EDPMS is only the value for the material, and your shipping bill can be settled without any problem.
Okay, next question is the third country export, I think, which you have already explained, I guess.
Yes, yes.
So
yes.
again, Anvesh is asking again, it's like he transmitted his shipping bill again, it is not showing in EDPMS. In that case, we have to contact the customs again. Otherwise, we cannot.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
We have to contact customs. We have to, work with their systems IT team only, because from RBI's end and from bankers' end, there is very little that can be done over there.
Yeah, right. And for Nepal and Bhutan, INR is fine, sir.
INR,
Yeah.
yes. INR invoice.
Okay. In shipping bill generated and cancel. Shipment done and new shipping bill number. Now cancel shipping bill number showing pending in EDPMS, whereas customs says it has been cancelled on IceGate and no
Yes.
further activity.
Correct.
Such as LUO is not showing on IceGate. Please advise.
Please get a letter from customs stating that the shipping bill has been cancelled. Give it to your banker. He can clear it off from the system. Even otherwise, even if you ignore it, nothing will happen, because that particular shipping bill has been cancelled. These are two different systems here. At the end of the day, data has to be transmitted from one system to the other system, right? That cancellation activity usually does not get transmitted correctly. That is the reason why once a shipping bill data has been captured in EDPMS, we have seen multiple cases like this. We submit an application to customs cancels the shipping bill, but data which has been captured in EDPMS, it continues to remain in EDPMS, right? So one thing that you can do is that you can ignore it. Nothing will happen, right? But if you are still very bothered about the fact that it still remains outstanding in EDPMS, it's still showing against your IE code, what you can do is that you can get a letter from customs confirming that this particular shipping bill has been cancelled, hand it over to your banker. Using that letter, your banker can knock it off from EDPMS. They can do that.
ECC, EFC account to be open each currency wise?
Yes.
USD found.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, copper imports are being picked up by China due to demand for, I think something is not relevant to.
Madam, sorry to interrupt. Can I ask one question?
Yes, who's this, sir?
I'm Saravana Kumar. We are an exporter of elevator.
So Saravana Kumar, let's we complete this question and the chat box, then we will come to one by one, sir, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
Not sure why.
Current account, one is private bank and one is in nationalized bank. And as and when can we use any of this current account for shipment, for export shipments, and we can write the AD code accordingly.
Ma'am, is there a question?
I think it's a question. I think my co-host has come out. I think I'm not able to mute him.
हमको कुछ भी बोल रहे तो कुछ सुनाई दे रहा है हम बोलिए सर बना देता हाँ
Okay, ma'am, you can. I think, sir, I will finish with Sarvanagi ma'am's questions first, then I will come to you, sir. Yeah, ma'am, please.
Yeah, sometime buyer is asking us to do express real release of BL. In that case, what we are not sending documents to customer, is it okay?
Express release of BL. So in that case, you are sending documents directly to directly to your customer. Sir, I think this, I mean, there was a comment by Mr. Bishnu also saying that they have been sending, they are not a status holder exporter. They have been sending documents directly and have not faced any problems. I mean, I will again repeat my comment over here. As long as you receive the payment for the transaction, there is absolutely no problem. Issue happens if you are unable to realize and repatriate the proceeds. That is when all these kind of issues come up. That is when all these kind of regulations get looked at very closely, whether you are in compliance with those regulations, etc., etc. If you are receiving payment, once you have received the payment, your banker, if you are a non-status holder exporter, your banker can regularize that direct dispatch of documents without any issue. Delegated authority has been provided to the AD. Not a problem.
We are a regular exporter. We have terms of direct dispatch to our overseas buyer without any LC. We also send the dispatch directly. I think we have already addressed this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Third party name not captured in shipping bill. What do we do? Because AD will not close the file. So how to proceed?
Sir, it is your responsibility to make sure that the third party name is captured in the shipping bill or in the invoice. At the end of the day, the banker needs to have some evidence, no, that this is not a completely unrelated party who is coming in and making the payment. What kind of evidence will you provide to the banker, sir? You have to also look at it from the perspective of the banker. He is standing between you and the Reserve Bank of India. Tomorrow, the RBI auditor will come and stand in front of him and ask him, how did you be convinced? What made you convinced that this was a genuine transaction and this was not some unrelated party who made the payment? How did you decide to go ahead and settle the shipping bill? What evidence are you providing? At the end of the day, you have to work with your banker. You have to provide that evidence. You tell me, what kind of evidence can you provide? Is there a communication? Is there a letter, letter which is signed by both the parties confirming their relationship with each other and confirming that the payment which is done by one party is towards the purchases made by the other party? Is that something that you can get? If you can get your authorized dealer, if you can convince your authorized dealer to accept such a letter, then you can get your shipping bill settled. Otherwise, if you are doing this kind of a transaction, please make sure that you have either a tripartite agreement or you are mentioning the details correctly in the shipping bill and in the invoice. If you do not do that, you cannot fault your authorized dealer for not settling the shipping bill.
Sir, this question was pertaining to my company.
Yes, ma'am.
So one more question. We'll move on to the persons who have been raising the hand. We have 3 years old shipping bill where shipment made to Iran and payment came from Dubai in AED. Our bank refused to handle these documents due to the Iran sanctions.
Yes.
So just how to handle that?
You cannot handle it, sir. I'll be very honest with you. This is an unresolvable issue, which in every conference, every workshop that we have been doing for exports and EDPMS and on sanction transactions, we have been saying Iran unresolvable. Unfortunately, you cannot resolve it. We have a live case wherein RBI wrote to a large private sector bank instructing them, not requesting, instructing them to close a shipping bill where dispatch happened to a transport happened to Afghanistan. Payment came in from Afghanistan. Material touched Iran and from there went by road to Afghanistan. Bank refused to handle that particular shipping bill. Advance payment received for full amount. Bank refused to settle shipping bill. RBI wrote to the bank. Bank said, I am sorry, I cannot. Because if the bank handles that particular transaction, they are at risk of being hit with penalty of millions of dollars. So I can be very open with you. This transaction will not get resolved. There is no solution to this.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Abin. We'll move on those who are raising the hand.
Yeah.
So Mr. Suresh, please unmute yourself. Mr. Suresh or Mr. Manoj?
Yeah, ma'am,
Yeah.
just I am able to unmute. Good evening to the panel. Sir, we are a contract manufacturer to the US parent company. So according to the intercompany agreement, we bill to parent company at the agreed percentage of margin. Now our parent company is asking to deliver the goods to their customers. So, but we should not disclose the price at which we are selling to the parent company. So in this case, how we can make shipping documents without any complaint issues with customs and as well as with FEMA?
Mr. Abin, I think you have to unmute yourself.
Oh. So what you're saying is that you are, I mean, invoicing to your parent company at let's say X price.
Yes.
Your parent company is selling that particular item to another buyer for Y price, right?
Yes.
Now
Yes.
you will receive inward remittance from your parent company for X.
That's correct.
Right? Whereas your export will happen for Y.
Yes.
Your shipping bill has to be generated for X value only.
Yes,
Because
that's correct.
that is the inward remittance which will come in, against which the shipping bill has to be settled.
Okay.
Right? So
yes,
your
sir.
shipping bill has to be generated for X value only, right?
Yes.
I mean, other documents, your invoice also, when you are submitting to customs, has to be generated for X value only.
Okay.
The bill the invoice that is going to the end customer is going from your parent company, no?
No, that shipping, I mean, freight forwarder will ask the invoice copies as well while shipping. So that entire shipment will be delivered along with the documents. So in that case, customer will come to know the price at which rate we are charging to the parent company. So how we can come out this limitation?
Unfortunately, as long as the Indian exchange control and settlement processes remain the way it is, you will not be able to, sir. You cannot generate a invoice for Y value and submit it to generate a shipping bill for X value.
Okay.
When you generate a shipping bill for value X, your invoice also will have to be for value X, and that is the same document that you will give to your freight forwarder also, and you can for your other these things also. So that's basically what will have to happen.
So how other industries they're doing, sir? So they're just shipping on the consignment basis with different rates. In that case, the original foreign buyer has to again bill them back to their customers.
Correct.
That's what you do.
The original foreign buyer is so typically what happens is that these documents go to the original buyer from whom the inward remittance is received, and they will switch their invoices and they will send it across to the parent, so to the what do you say, the final buyer. You will send documents to your parent company. You can send documents to your parent company. The parent company sends it across to the buyer. They will switch with their invoice and with their other documents, and they will send it across.
Yeah,
How it is
that can
happening
be.
for merchanting trade transaction, no?
Okay, so that can be done, but along with the goods, we have to provide invoice copy also to the freight forwarder. So that
Correct, sir. To the freight forwarder, you will provide that documents you will receive in your hand, right? From the freight forwarder, you will collect, and you will send that those documents to your parent company, right? You can send those documents to your parent company, and then your parent company can switch the documents and send it across to your overseas buyer. Sir, we can probably discuss this in detail.
Yes,
This is
yeah, we
not
can
something.
move on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is not something which can. We are allowed to look at multiple angles in the transaction.
We can move on to Mr. Manoj Yogi.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah, Mr.
Yes, yes,
Manoj.
Mr. Manoj.
Yeah. Sir, I have two questions. One is regarding IDPMS.
Okay.
Now, in case of, in case of purchase on IC sale basis, the AD code number, whose AD code number is to be mentioned? Is it the party who is going to remit the payment, or is it the party who is filing the bill of payment?
It is the party who is going to remit the payment. HSS seller, right? The HSS
Yeah,
seller
yeah.
is that is the party whose AD code has to be mentioned. Because the
Okay. And
HSS agreement, see, there will be an HSS agreement, right? HSS agreement will contain the name of the HSS seller, the IE code of the HSS seller, all those details, and the HSS buyer as well. Details
that
of the
means,
HSS buyer as well.
that means in the listing of IDPMS, the actual buyer, I mean the final buyer,
Yeah.
Final buyer's IC will be listed as outstanding with the AD code of the original importer.
Correct.
Thank you. Now the question number second, if I am a DTA unit exporting to SEZ unit, I mean unit in SEZ, I receive payment in Indian rupees.
Okay.
Is that supply is subject to EDPMS listing because I am selling to SEZ unit?
Okay, this is something which I will have to check, but honestly, I don't think this is under EDPMS, because so far I have not come across any cases where these kind of transactions have got captured in EDPMS and have got have come in for settlement. So supply to SEZ units, while it is considered as a regular exports, supply to SEZ units by DTA units, while it is considered as a regular exports, I don't think this comes under EDPMS, but I will have to confirm that. I'm what 85 to 90% sure, Manoj sir, that this is not under EDPMS, but in about 10-15% there's a slight doubt in me.
Sir, the doubt is because when I supply to SEZ unit, since it is the custom designated area, bill of export or some document must have been filed.
Correct.
Isn't it?
Correct.
So
Correct.
that is how the doubt remains that but not still.
Correct. No. I honestly haven't seen a shipping bill which is for supply by a DTA unit to a SEZ unit, or captured in EDPMS. I still haven't seen that. So I don't think it is
captured in.
Yeah, I don't think it is captured.
It will not capture in EDPMS.
Sir, because the supply can be in US dollar also to.
Yes, sir. You are eligible to receive settlement in US dollar. You are eligible to invoice in US dollar. You are eligible to receive settlement in US dollar. That money can get credited to your EFC account as well.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll move on to Mr. Sunil. Mr. Sunil, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Yeah, my question is related to the earlier your answered only. EDPMS issue. The shipping bill showing cancelled in EDPMS issue. We have already retransmitted that, but still in EDPMS it is showing cancelled. Even we have discussed with many person in FIEO also and bank also, but they are saying that there is no solution in RBI. It is showing cancelled.
So what you're saying is that there is one shipping bill which is showing cancelled, but which is actually a live shipping bill.
Yes, in IceGate it is live, in DGFT it is live, but in EDPMS it is showing cancelled.
This is something which has to be
yes,
taken.
Mr. Sunil, yeah, please kindly forward the mail to us. We'll try to take it up through our head show.
Okay. Can I have the email?
Yeah, I think the same email ID where you have confirmed your participation, there you can send it to, sir. So please mention where which
Yeah.
part
One
of
other
India and
question.
all this. Yeah.
Sure. And one other question is, like in one, there is a query is coming from the bank side that the export proceeds have not realized yet for just for the amount of 180 USD. I discussed with the bank, but they are saying that we have received the lesser amount of USD $180 only. So because of that, it is pending from last 1 year, right? So they are not able to close this.
What is the value of the
Everything
shipping
I
bill,
have
sir?
deposited. $3,000 to $4,000.
$3,000 to $4,000. Sir, this can actually get knocked off as bank
Yeah,
charges.
right.
So,
But they are saying that we have received this amount less from the buyer's bank.
sir,
So
okay. So, from the buyer's bank, is there
yes,
is there a copy of the Swift message, sir?
uh, yeah,
Can,
buyer.
no, you can
Yeah,
ask the
Swift message
banker.
which we received, right?
Correct. Huh. You can ask the banker for a copy of the Swift message. If the bank, if the original remittance is for 3,000 or whatever is the value of the shipping bill,
Right.
then there is no other thing. You can ask them to consider this as bank charges and go ahead and knock it off. That is number one. The second thing that you can do is that you can do a 10% invoice reduction. If it is $3,000, 10% will come to $300. You
Right.
are authorized to do invoice reduction of up to 10% of the value of the specific export invoice. Okay.
Right.
So this $180 is less than the $300. You give a request for invoice reduction of $180 and close it off.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sunil. Next, we can move on to Mr. Santosh Pavit. Mr. Santosh, please unmute yourself.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
Mr.
sir.
Santosh.
Yeah, I have 3 questions. See, we are exporters of fruits and vegetables. These are perishable in nature. So we are doing direct dispatch of documents. Reason being, if we send it by bank, the goods reach in 4 days by sea, and documents reach after a week.
Right.
So is there any alternative for perishable goods?
Sir, there is no alternative for perishable goods. As I said, RBI, looking at these kind of scenarios in mind, RBI has delegated the authority to authorized dealers that after the payment is received, they can regularize these sort of direct dispatch of documents by non-status holders. Okay. So once you receive the payment, your authorized dealer can accept the copy of the documents. They can regularize, they can settle that particular shipping bill against the inward remittance and they can knock it off. The only issue is that tomorrow, if there is a non-payment, that is when your money doesn't come, that is when you might run into issues, or when your money gets delayed, that is when you run into issues. But till such time
can I ask you one question, Mr. Ravin, related
yes.
to this?
Yeah.
If this kind of products like perishables, I think AD Bank can give some special permission to
Sir,
this exporter.
yeah, so that delegated authority has not been given to AD. The only delegated authority given to authorized dealer is that, have you received the money against this shipping bill? If you have received the money against this shipping bill, then you can accept the copy documents and you can do all the other process in EDPMS. That is the only delegated authority. At least if for these kind of specific industries, some exception or some consideration was provided by RBI, that would help authorized dealers also to take a call. At the moment, authorized dealers are unable to take a call because they don't have the delegated authority with them. That is the issue.
So the major issue what is happening is we are not getting ECGC insurance because we are sending it directly.
That is a challenge. Yes, ECGC will say that this is a violation, this is contravention of EMA, and therefore you are not permitted to send it directly, but you are sending it directly, so we are unable to provide you with cover.
Correct, sir. So that is the issue actually. Right. Okay, my second question. So one of our buyers in Dubai, they are not traceable. So they're
Okay.
not absconding, and we could also, get hold of 18 other exporters who have shipped to them, and they are also saying the same, and everybody's amount is stuck. Now we have the buyer's passport copy, who is an Indian who resides in Andhra Pradesh. So what are my options? What can I do?
Sir, one is file a criminal complaint, file a case of cheating, proceed legally. So that is one thing. Second thing is that the all the exporters join together, you can appoint a collection agency, right? There are debt collection agencies who specialize in recovery of export debts, right? But considering that the gentleman is, if you know that he has come back to India and is in Andhra itself, I think a police case and proceeding legally against him in India would be far more effective than going and approaching an export collection agency who might go out there in Dubai, search for him, and then come back and say that that guy is not traceable.
Right, sir. But the crime has happened in Dubai. So will I be able to file a case here in India?
That's the shipping documents were generated in India, right? I'm not a legal expert. I'm not providing you legal advice. I'm just thinking out aloud. The shipping documents were generated in India, right? So considering that the shipping documents were generated in India, the underlying documents are of Indian origin. The party was outside the country. The underlying commercial documents are of Indian origin. So I think it should be possible. I think this is something which you can, all of you jointly, this is something which you can discuss with FIEO as well and explore what are the alternatives.
I think this issue already forwarded to FIEO. I think.
Yes.
Okay.
And this has been taken up with the Indian High Commission in Dubai also.
Achha, okay.
And I think they may be passing on to Dubai police, and if they can get a certificate of their absconding or something like that, then I think with that document you should be able to file a case here. So let's wait for their reply.
Sure, sir. Thank you. And my last question would be with respect to agreements. So when this issue happened, the local Dubai police said that you should have had an agreement in place. So now coming to my question, so how should we go ahead in making an international agreement? Should that be executed in India or should it be executed in the foreign country? So this question is respect to your tripartite agreement as well, which you explained in your slides, sir.
So a tripartite agreement can be executed either in the in the country of any of the parties, either of the parties. The issue is that if it is executed in Dubai, then it will be subject to Dubai laws. To proceed against that particular person, you will have to go to Dubai and file a case against him. If an agreement is executed in India, it will be subjected to Indian laws, and you can proceed against that individual. You can file a case against him in India as well. So this is basically how it is. Tripartite agreements again can be executed either in India or in any of the other countries where any of the parties are located.
So
That's
how does
basically
the
how
foreign party sign the agreement?
you can send original documents across. They can sign and send it back, right? Or you can there are today, you can attach digital signatures to documents, and you can sign documents digitally, which are accepted by almost all the courts across. Digital signing is anyway today now accepted. What I would suggest is that there are a number of commercial lawyers who can help you in drafting and in entering into these kind of agreements. They will be able to help you understand what are the implications of executing documents in various of various nature, and what are your recourses against the different sort of agreements that can be executed.
Got it, sir. My questions are answered. Thank you so much. The session was very, very helpful.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next, we can move on to Mr. Sendil Kumar. Mr. Sendil Kumar, unmute yourself.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good evening, Aaron. I have a question. Like as you said earlier, shipping to one country from A to B in a different country. Like I have a scenario like a buyer is from Doha and he requires a product from China, but he is going through me since I'm a reliable source for him. So in such cases, what is the best way to do the documentations and just guide me through it as I'm a startup exporter.
Sir, there is this kind of a transaction is known as a merchanting trade transaction, which is permitted to be done under FEMA. You will have to you will get a purchase order from your Doha party. You will place a purchase order on the Chinese party. The Chinese party will send the material directly to Doha, and they will raise an invoice on you. You will in turn, and he will send the shipping documents to you. You will receive those shipping documents. You will replace the Chinese party's invoice with your invoice for a higher value, and you will send those documents to the Doha party. Doha party will make the remittance to you. You will receive an inward remittance. That is so this is the export leg, where you are receiving payment from the Doha entity, Doha buyer. So that is the export leg. You will receive the export settlement, and you will receive that payment, and you will make payment to Chinese party for the import leg of the transaction. So the transaction has to be profitable. So this is known as a merchanting trade transaction.
Yes, yes. And what is the best Incoterm do you suggest for this?
You can choose FOB or CIF. Either of these is okay, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Because that will put the responsibility on. It's better to choose CIF, because it will put the responsibility of covering insurance also on the supplier. Rather than FOB, I think CIF should be much better.
Okay. Under such scenario, will ECG cover with this?
I am not really sure. That I will have to check. I think ECGC cover should be available, but still have to check.
Merchandise trade, I think they are not presenting.
They are not providing. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we can move on to Ms. Indumati. Ms. Indumati, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you very much for the wonderful session, sir. And you have clarified what are all the questions I have pointed out. You have clarified in the session itself. I have only one question. We are doing triangle shipment. That means my customer is in UK and their customer is in China or Korea. We are exporting directly to Korea. And at the destination, we are clearing on behalf of him. We are paying the duty and we are paying the freight charges up to the door. So we are paying the invoices towards our product, and the other charges how we can claim it in the invoice, because we are giving us freight charges and duty paid like that. And while they are making remittance, but bank is asking for the purpose code. What code we have to give for this type of remittance, sir?
Yeah. So, ma'am, do you have an agent in Korea who's doing all this?
We move through our forwarders, sir. You
move through your forwarders. So your forwarders will send you a separate invoice for this?
Yes, sir. Separate invoice.
Your forwarders will send a separate invoice for this. The value of material that you are declaring is the same as the amount that you are receiving from outside?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so then how are you getting reimbursed for the other charges?
Other charges we are making on separate document, like towards freight charges and duty paid, like that we are giving on invoice to the customer.
And against, so okay, let me put it this way. There is a material worth $100.
Yes, sir.
Right? You are sending material for $100. You are raising invoice on your buyer for $100.
Yes, sir.
You have a freight forwarder who's taking care of duty and other activities there, clearing all those activities in Korea.
Yes, sir.
He is raising an invoice for $20 on you.
Yes, sir.
Against this, you are raising a separate invoice of $20 on your party.
Yes, sir.
right?
Correct.
Now, this is very simple, ma'am. The
Yeah.
$100 that you are receiving from your party,
Ah.
that will come through EDPMS. You have a shipping bill for EDPMS. It
Yes,
gets settled,
yes, correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
You have another invoice of $20.
Yes, sir.
This is basically other service charges,
Yes, sir.
right? You
Yes,
can
sir.
go through the list of purpose codes,
Yeah.
and you can select a suitable purpose code for business charges.
Business charges.
Right. For business charges, you can select a suitable purpose code.
Okay.
If the majority is towards freight, etc., there is, if I remember correctly, there is also a purpose code for freight, for
Okay.
reimbursement of freight.
Okay.
So you can go through the list of purpose codes. You can select a suitable purpose code, and you can tell the bank that this is basically the purpose code to be used.
Okay.
Never ever use P0101 or 01, sorry, P0101 or P0102.
Okay.
Never use any of the export purpose codes for this $20.
Okay. Recently, we have given the purpose code like P1099, and
Okay.
bank informed that this it comes under other service not included elsewhere. But bank refused, and they are asking us to give the nearest match purpose code.
Yeah. So what happens is that RBI does not like this lack of clarity.
Okay.
Okay. So if the bank says not elsewhere classified, then they will face hundreds of questions from their operations heads and the regulatory reporting teams, who will in turn get questioned by RBI. So they want to avoid all that, because there will be some charges, some head under, because almost all the imaginable heads have been covered in the purpose codes. You can, if you go through it, you will figure out, you will be able to figure out which is the best one.
Okay.
And you can select and give.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, ma'am.
Next, yeah, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. And next we can move on to Mr. Tripti, Ms. Tripti Kotari. Please unmute yourself. Ms. Tripti, Tridip Kotari. Mr. Abhin, can you able to hear me?
I am able to hear you, ma'am.
Okay, I think I thought I got stuck. Okay, if this Mr. Kotari is not there, we can move on to Mr. Bishwajit. Mr. Bishwajit. Mr. Bishwajit.
Am I audible?
No.
Please. Very faintly. Very faintly.
Hello.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Now it is better.
Sir, I sincerely express my thanks to you for your detailed lecture touching all the almost all the aspects of exchange control matter of
Thank you, sir.
exports.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I had a small query. Now you have already touched that subject of this OFAC country exports like Iran, Iraq, etc.
Right.
And you have told that it's almost a stalemate of problem, and it cannot be solved. But sir, I think as an exporter or as a person, if I think, so logically, if I think there are two doors. One is physical exit of goods, and another is getting the remittance to the country. One is bank and one is customs. Now, sir, customs is allowing, as per Customs Act or foreign trade policy,
correct.
the exports to OFAC countries.
Yes, sir. Yes,
now under Indian government, the banks who are falling under India government regulations, so other door is being closed in front of the helpless exporters. So don't you think it's injustice to the exporters? Because our company has also lost the money, and what we were informed that such exports outstanding will be delisted from EDPMS. So I want to know what is the status of such
Okay, so there is a so there is a clarification from RBI, wherein RBI has said that these entries where the shipping bill is outstanding, only for a want of the bank's ability to handle the transaction, and not because money has not come in. So if your money pertaining to the export payment has come in, but if the transaction, the shipping bill is outstanding in EDPMS only because of the refusal of your bank to handle it, then that will not count towards caution listing you. That is one clarification provided by RBI.
Is it a bank's written submission?
It is an email communication of RBI to banks, wherein they have said that they don't need to consider it. So that is besides the point.
How do you substantiate?
You cannot substantiate. Okay, let me complete, sir. Let me complete. The other part is that, see, from last year October onwards, RBI has anyway taken out this automatic caution listing. So even if your shipping bill is outstanding in the system, it will not make you a caution listed exporter, even if it is beyond 2 years. If you have to be caution listed, you have to be recommended by your bank. And if the outstanding shipping bill is only these kind of shipping bills, right, which the bank also knows is outstanding because of their inability to handle it, then the bank is definitely not going to recommend you for being a caution listed, and therefore that issue is also sorted out. The third point that I want to make over here is that at the end of the day, the exporter is in India, the bank is in India, which is governed by Indian regulations. Material moving out is under Indian regulations, which does not prohibit it. But you just take a look at what is the currency that is used, sir. The currency is US dollars.
Yes.
Whose currency is that? It is that of the United States government.
Yes. Yes.
The United States government says that if anybody who's doing, if there is anyone who's doing business with me, then that person should not do any business with Iran, either directly or indirectly. If they do business with Iran, then I will cut off all business transactions with that particular entity. So the risk on the bank is that if your banker handles a transaction pertaining to Iran, his US dollar account will get blocked. Money remaining in his US dollar account will get confiscated.
Yeah.
He will be subject to penalties of millions of dollars.
Yes. No, that you have already told in earlier year. But my question is then what is the stand of the exporter? At least they should be prohibited first. That when you are going to export to such countries, OPEC countries like Iran, Iraq, Ivory Coast, etc., then you should have some caution before you physically export. And then running here and there to realize the money. And you're answerable to everybody.
No, sir, caution to I mean, in fact, in all my export conferences, in all my workshops, I consistently caution it. No,
if we think of giving a representation to FIEO to insert the thing in the policy.
No, sir, I don't think this will get inserted in the policy. I don't think this will get inserted in the policy. The other thing, sir, just a minute, sir. Let me just complete. See, the other thing I said, the government of India is also providing alternatives. Using INR, the government of India is also providing alternatives for settlement of transactions with Iran. There are, certain there are.
UCO Bank is also not allowing.
Sir, UCO Bank is. So there are shortcomings in that arrangement. UCO Bank, when they have funds, they allow. When they are short of funds, they do not allow. They also put restriction that you have to be a customer of UCO Bank. All those things are there. I'm not saying that this is a foolproof mechanism, but what I'm saying is that it is better than doing something in a currency which is currently under sanction and not being able to do any kind of activity or to get into an unresolvable kind of an issue. Ultimately, Vishwajit sir, my humble submission is that this is a discussion on which we can speak for 4 hours. Even then, there will not be a resolution coming out of it. In fact, with Mr. Unni, he was gracious enough to hold an event specially dedicated for OFAC transactions, for sanctioned transactions. Unni sir, I think it is time that we have a refresh of that session once again. We should have that once again, sir.
We'll do that, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next, we can move on to next participants. Next participant, Mr. Devan. Mr. Devan Shah. Please unmute yourself, sir.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just I wanted to thank you for elaborating every aspect of EDPMS, whatever is required. One thing I just wanted to check regarding the import-export set-off that you are talking about.
Right.
See, our bankers are saying, now, first of all, import-export, they say they'll be able to do the set-off. It is relating to Iran. Suppose if they do, they say that they would not issue EBRC. Is there any other way we can find a solution? Because EBRC is a must for our post-shipment claims.
Sir, the only other way is to receive and to send the payment completely.
That is not going to happen. You know
correct,
that very well.
Correct. That's not. Which bank is this, sir?
So I'm just giving you an example. Like suppose if things like that it does happen, then because
Devan sir, it shouldn't happen because see, once a shipping bill has been settled in the system, an EBRC has to be issued for that. Okay. So when you are doing a setting off of a transaction, of an export transaction against an import transaction,
they'll be knocking off, right?
Correct.
In the EDPMS.
You are doing a settlement of that particular shipping bill in EDPMS. You are doing a PRN. Right. You are doing a PRN process, right?
Okay.
Once a PRN process has been done, BRC has to be issued.
Okay. That will come automatically. That's no manual intervention is there. Is there?
No, there is a manual intervention. The bank has to upload because these two are different systems.
Okay.
The bank has to generate an XBRL file and that XBRL file has to be uploaded on the DGFT system.
Fine.
And that is when your EBRC will get generated in the DGFT site.
Okay.
So there is a manual intervention. There is definitely but that manual intervention to happen, the prerequisite is that the shipping bill has to be settled in the EDPMS.
Yeah, I understand. No problem. I get what you are trying to hint at. Another thing was that suppose at the time of export, suppose a euro was at 1.16, and with the time they are doing the settlement, it has to be done in the shipping bill exchange value, or is it on the day that they are going to do the set off?
No, I didn't get you. So today, let's say that
suppose when euro was say at 75. And today it's 88 or 86 or 87. The huge jump of 8 to 10 rupees per euro has happened. So suppose if there is a INR being adjusted against the outstanding bill, what does the bank do? Do they take it as the current rate, or do they take it as the shipping bill?
No, sir. So let's say that you have generated a shipping bill of 100,000 euros.
Right.
Okay. Exchange rate is, as far as the settlement is concerned, exchange rate is not relevant, provided your inward remittance happens in the same currency as your shipping.
If it happens in a cross currency, suppose if the shipment was in euro and the amount received in INR or in US dollar.
Amount received in INR. Right. Amount received in INR. When you say amount received in INR, there is a foreign currency which should have come into the country, right, against which
FCC. Foreign currency has come, freely convertible currency has come in through the UCO bank channel. Now the buyer wants to pay at the rate of 75 and banker wants to adjust at the rate of 88. Then my bill remains partially realized. So do I go in for write-off?
Why does your buyer want to pay at the rate of 75? Why should your buyer be? Because if your invoice is raised in foreign currency, if your shipping bill is raised in foreign currency, your settlement has to happen in foreign currency.
I understand.
Right.
But what happens is right now we are at the receiving end where we have to access to all kinds of requests for the buyer in order to, and we need to close things also.
So Devan sir, if you don't mind, shall we have it and separately
we can
have
sir,
a
this is
separate
a slightly detailed discussion.
I
This
understand.
is
No problem.
right.
There are so many participants are there. Please
No,
try to minimize
okay,
your
just
questions.
yeah, fine, no problem. Okay, one last thing is, if there is a claim against bank guarantee against the shipment committed, and the guarantee claim is against delay of shipment, do we have to do anything as far as the duty drawback refund or anything like that pertaining to that particular shipment?
No, this is a guarantee invoked, and guarantee was was issued by a bank in India, right? Guarantee was an issue, was invoked. Sorry, guarantee, export guarantee was issued by a bank in India, sir.
Sir, please unmute yourself, sir.
Hello.
Devan sir, unmute yourself. Okay, shall we move on to next participant,
Yes.
Mr. Saravana Kumar?
Hello.
Hello.
First of all, thank you for your
yes, sir.
time being spent with us. And I have 3 questions to ask. The first one, as you said, that EFC account has to be converted, okay, to the INR value. So I am seeking your advice if I want to know not to convert to the INR account. So what is your advice?
No, I didn't get you, sir. I mean, you're saying that you want to retain it in the EFC itself, and you
Yes,
don't want to convert to INR.
Correct, exactly.
Sir, there is a rule, sir. That is the rule. You cannot. If you don't want to convert, you have to utilize it for making import payments, right? You have to either utilize it or convert it by the end of the next calendar month. That is the rule.
Okay, understood.
You cannot avoid that.
Okay, understood. So can we move to the next question?
Sure, please.
As you said, right, export realization is a 9 months timeline, correct?
Correct, yes.
So it is from the invoice date or due date?
It is from the date of shipping bill, Leo date.
From the date of shipping bill?
Yeah.
Okay, understood, clarified. And the third one is, sir, as you said, right, what do you call that is, see, I am seeking the help of, for the EDPMS, what are all the shipping bills is outstanding for the settlement. So if I am not getting any proper response through my banker, can I download it anywhere in the site?
No, sir, there is no access anywhere in any of the sites. You have to get it from your banker itself. In fact, today a lot of bankers provide online trade facility wherein you can directly download it through their system, through their internet banking system, your shipping bill details as well as your IRM details.
Okay.
Through their internet banking. You don't have to wait for the bank to send it to you. You can download it through the online trade portal of the different banks.
Okay. Sir, what about the ERBRC? For that also we have to depend the banker, or we can take it from the DGFT site?
You can do it from the DGFT site yourself, sir. Once it is uploaded, then you don't have to depend on the banker. You can download it from the DGFT site.
Okay, understood, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Next, we can move on to Mr. Navanath. I'm sorry for the pronunciation, Mr. Navanath. Please unmute yourself. Mr. Navanath. Okay, if he is not responding, we can move on to Dipyendu. Something, the numeric number 2209. Please unmute yourself, sir.
This is Dibyendu Kaur from Haldia Petrochemicals, Kolkata. Thanks, sir, for your detailed discussion on EDPMS and IDPMS. I have a small query. Basically, for EDPMS outstanding listing, we are dependent on the ED bank.
Correct, sir.
Banks. So they are providing time to time what are the outstanding items.
Right.
So is there any report that exporters can see from their end that these are the items that are pending with the AD bank details? Is there any report?
Unfortunately, no, sir. You have to get this data from your banker itself. And as I just mentioned to Mr. Saravana Kumar, certain banks provide an online facility wherein you can download it through their, their portal, through their internet banking system from the RBI site. Certain banks are providing that. I know of ICICI Bank and I know of HSBC which provide this facility. I'm sure there are a lot of other banks also which provide this kind of an arrangement.
So from this facility, we can see the outstanding item of all AD banks. Or
no, that specific, that particular AD bank, of that particular AD bank.
Is there any means their RBI is thinking on this? Because the exporters are dependent on these banks basically.
Absolutely, sir. At the moment, as far as I know, they are not, because this is a system which has come in about for about now 7 years now, and right now they have their priorities set on a lot of other things. Right now, a lot of these things have been streamlined. Whatever the issues around EDPMS are, particularly after last year's liberalization, wherein they said that outstanding shipping bills will not contribute towards caution listing. After that, a lot of relief has been given to exporters. So because of that, right now, giving access to exporters is not a great priority as far as EDPMS is concerned. If you need specific, so one, what RBI is saying is that it is dependent on the authorized dealers. It is the authorized dealers' responsibility to take care of their exporter customers, and they need to make sure that sufficient data is available. And the other thing is that if you have queries regarding any specific shipping bill, you can check the data pertaining to that in IceGate, and you will come to know regarding the data, that particular data from IceGate itself. So these are a couple of things which RBI has already provided. So I don't think providing access directly to exporters on EDPMS is something which will happen anytime soon.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next, we can move on to Mr. Akash. Mr. Akash, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi, sir. So my question is, we made an export like 6 to 8 months back, and we see that the goods are now damaged because of it's a natural product and it's damaged now. So we have agreed to either replace it or refund it. We wanted to know what is the procedure. You gave a bit of information about it in the presentation, but how to handle such cases is what.
So you want to either replace it or you want to repair it. What exactly do you want to do?
Either replace or refund the amount.
Either replace or refund the amount. So what you can do is that you can re-import the material. When did you export this, sir?
This export happened like 8 months back.
Okay.
And re-importing is bit of a headache, because I think we will have to pay a lot on the shipment, and it's going to be tedious. So if it can be written off there itself, it will help us. So is there any procedure for it?
Sir, if you want to write it off, then you need to have a destruction certificate. Okay, saying that it has been destroyed by the port authorities or by the customs authorities, etc., etc. You need to have a destruction certificate. So unless you have a destruction certificate for full refund, you cannot avoid re-importing. The alternative is that you bring it back. Instead of refunding the amount, you replace it. Okay. So the original shipping bill that has been generated, when you re-import it, that bill of entry will need to contain the reference of the original shipping bill number, right? And when you are when you are sending the material out, you will need to generate a GR waiver certificate, giving details of all these transactions, the other supporting documents to the banker. You'll have to generate a GR waiver certificate, and using that GR waiver certificate, you'll have to export the material.
Okay. Understood, sir. And in case of refund, how do we handle it?
So refund, so this is what I'm saying, sir. So if it is refund, you have to bring the material back. You have to bring the machinery, the equipment back. If you want to write it off over there, that is possible only if you have a destruction certificate that the material was destroyed by the port authorities or health authorities or customs authorities. If you don't have such a destruction certificate, then you will not be able to refund. And even when you are refunding, you will have to again repay all the export benefits that you might have availed. Like your drawback or any other MEIS benefits, etc., etc. And when you do that, you also have to repay it with interest. Customs will calculate interest on the money that they have paid to you, and you'll have to refund it along with interest.
Okay, got it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next, we can move on to Mr. Heyman. Mr. Heyman Ruparal.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Robin.
Yes. Hi, sir.
I needed to ask, is there a solution if, one of our shipping bills, by mistake, it was raised in US dollars instead of dirhams? It is very much obvious that the value of the goods is not the way it is, and we've asked the customs to stop our GST refund and drawback until they get this amendment. But is there any way, because they say they cannot make any amendment, and our bank said, so then how does one solve this?
You can get a letter, sir. Your amendment will not happen. I had shown this particular slide, right? So there is this email which was sent from RBI. Just a minute, let me just go to that. So this one, if you take a look at this. So entries on account of shipping bills / softex due to currency mismatch. This is your case is that of currency mismatch.
Yes.
Right. So these kind of entries on the basis of a written confirmation of customs stating that there is a currency mismatch in the shipping bill, and this is the currency mentioned, and this is the original currency. Using that, the bank can settle the shipping bill. It won't be possible to get an amendment, sir.
Okay, then the GST and the drawback and all will be given in the latest currency, or how?
Yes, the actual
actual currency.
So GST, I will have to check. I'm not a GST expert. I'm primarily a FEMA expert. I can probably check with a GST consultant as to how.
If it is a IGST refund, there is a provision for amendment in invoices.
Okay.
While filing a return. So there is a possibility, sir. We will off the line we'll discuss.
At the time of the returns, okay, yes, all right. Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Next, we can move on to Mr. Hinesh Hirani. Mr. Hinesh.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. Hello.
Mr. Hinesh. Mr. Hinesh. I think having some problem. We can move on to Miss Smita. Miss Smita, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, sir.
Hello.
Hinesh here. Sir, Hinesh here.
Hi, yes, sir.
Hinesh, go ahead.
Yeah, we had shipment in Morocco and documents were sent through authorized dealer bank.
Okay.
But now the thing happened is that the buyer is not realizing the cargo.
Okay.
So what we can do now?
Sir, you will have to either find an alternate buyer, or you will have to bring the goods back. There is nothing else that you can do. If your buyer is unwilling to clear the cargo, if he is unwilling to make the payment and release the cargo, then that's basically the only thing that you can do, right?
Okay, and if we call back that cargo to India and re-export to some another country, then what we have to do?
You are re-exporting to some other country.
Yeah.
Okay, so you will make appropriate changes in your customs declarations over here.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah. So once you do that, I mean, once you do that, your amended export documents will get generated, right? On the basis of that, you can get your money realized and you can get your shipping bill settled in EDPMS, sir.
Okay, sir.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, now Ms. Smita. Ms. Smita, please unmute yourself.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
Sir, I just wanted to know how the tool and development charges are adjusted in bank if we receive a payment against this.
What charges, ma'am?
Like tool payment and development charges we ask from our customer. So how it's been adjusted in bank? So do we get a
So these are not against exports, right? You
no?
will develop you will develop these. These are basically like say for example some R&D charges. I mean I can probably equate this to either R&D charges or design charges. You will design the tool, you will develop the tool, and you will you will use the tool in your manufacturing process. Correct?
Yes, right.
And I mean the development charges that you incur for designing and for making the tool, which will be retained at your end, that you will bill to the customer.
Yes.
This has to be, I mean, when the inward remittance comes in, when you give your disposal instruction, you have to confirm that this is a non-trade remittance. You have to select the appropriate purpose code and make sure that this does not get captured in EDPMS and handle it appropriately.
Okay, okay. And one more question, sir. Is it possible to change the scheme once after filing the shipping bill?
You are talking about for GR waiver?
No, shipping bill from one scheme to another. Like if it is filed in drawback, then we have to change it in advance license or something like that. So is it possible?
Ma'am,
Ma'am, it is
Selvanagi ma'am.
No,
it is
that's not
possible
possible.
if you do it immediately within few days. Otherwise, it's not possible.
Okay, okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Uday. Mr. Uday, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, madam.
Good
it was
evening,
a wonderful session and very informative for us. A lot of doubts, a lot of issues that are really cloudy into our minds got cleared. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can.
Please.
Yes,
Yeah, so that was very helpful. So I thank you for the same. Now, there are a few questions I have in my mind were scattered across your discussion, but I'm just accumulating it together and asking you once again. Now, in our case, we ship to our buyers in most of the times is we take 30 to 40% advance, and then we ship the goods and the cargo arrives to the destination port. And when they make the payment, that's when we release the cargo and send the documents.
Okay.
Now, under the circumstances, let's assume I have taken 20 or 30% advance from the buyer. The cargo reaches the destination port and the buyer refuses to release the cargo. And I have to find an alternate buyer whom I sell the cargo, who is ready to make the payment.
Right.
So the money will come from a third party. So when it comes to the bank, there will be a remitter mismatch. How do I close my shipment?
Sir, you will not face this very frequently, sir. This will be one or two cases, right? This will be one or two cases.
Yes.
So you can provide proper justification. So even when you find an alternate buyer, like Hinesh sir was mentioning right now, if you are finding a buyer in another country, then you will have to re-export from there. You will have to revise your customs documents, etc., right?
No, custom documents are not revised. See, the cargo is lying in the port.
Okay.
The original, usually it is to order. The BL, when in such cases, when we ship by not having 100% payment, we do it's to order. So what we do, we
you endorse it and you send it across to the other to the second buyer. Right. So material does not move from the country. Material does not move from the port.
Not at all. Yes.
Not at all. Not at all. So someone else comes and picks up the material.
Yes.
Right. So what you are saying is that the customer, as per the
shipping bill and invoice is X.
And invoice is X, but the you have a new invoice which has been raised on Y, and you have an inward remittance coming in from Y.
Why? Yes.
Right. So in this particular case, you have two issues. One is settlement of the new amount which is coming in, because again, if you have received 40 rupees advance, you have for 100 rupees worth of material, you are definitely going to sell it for 100 or 90 or 80. You are not going to sell it for 60. You are trying to sell it. You are going to try and sell it for 80 or 90 or something more than that, right?
Correct.
So one is that there will be excess payment that you would have received, right? Which is lying in your IRM, which needs to be regularized. That is number one. The second thing is basically the question of the third party settlement. That with the documents that you are providing, the original shipping bill, the invoice, the copy of the original invoice, the details of the inward remittance, the advance payment received from the party, as well as the invoice raised on the second party. If you submit all these documents to your banker, ultimately, Uday sir, the thing is that your banker has to be convinced that this is a genuine transaction and it is not a faltu transaction. This is not a money laundering transaction.
So it is absolutely at the prerogative and trust of the AD.
Correct. Absolutely.
That he looks upon it, and if he is convinced with the documentation and the reasoning given and provided by the substance provided by you, he can close the documents. He can close the shipping bill.
Yes.
And one more query. I'll try to finish it up very fast. Again, it pertains to Iran. I made a shipment to Iran. Party has made partial payment in INR. Now balance amount is pending. He does not have INR to pay with him. There is another party in Iran, another buyer who is ready to pay us in INR. Okay, and this is to IDBI. So can we take the money from another buyer in from Iran and close this payment?
Who will be the ultimate buyer, sir? You're a party one or party two?
X has bought the piece and he has not paid the full amount. Why is closing that payment?
So is it possible for Y to give that money to X and for X to remit it out?
No, he is not ready to do that.
Because ultimately he will need the material. X is in possession of the material, right? Now X has to hand over that material to Y, right?
Right.
On what basis
still, yet that settlement is not coming. Y is ready to take the goods that is left over and pay the money to us in INR.
Okay, this requires a little detailed discussion with IDBI, to be very honest. Ideally, I would have said the easiest thing to do would be for Y to make the payment to X and for X to send the money across.
We couldn't solve that problem. So that's the reason we've been trying to pursue with the IDBI also, because we want to close the invoice.
Okay.
The matter can be resolved. The INR is ready to come in. And the lying goods are also getting, they are getting resolved over there.
Uday sir, I'll be very honest with you. What I would suggest is that what money is coming, you first get the money. Okay.
What has to I also thought the same thing.
Get the money. Okay. Before the guy decides that he doesn't want the material, I would say get the money. We will discuss with IDBI whatever document IDBI wants to be convinced about the transaction, that we can arrange and provide. Right.
Right, sir.
Ultimately, the commercials, the economics behind the transaction is very critical. Get the money in.
Right, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Kusham. We'll move on to Mr. Chitrasan Prasad Shah.
Hello, good evening, sir. I have two doubts.
Yes, sir.
One is like what we have done is we have sold goods we have invoiced in USD, but while doing shipping bill, wrongly it has been mentioned in GBP.
So no
and
problem.
We have received.
You can get a letter, sir. We had covered this earlier also, Chitrasen sir. You can get a letter from customs confirming the currency mismatch. Using that letter issued by customs, the inward remittance can be utilized to settle the shipping bill without a problem.
Okay, thank you, sir. Another issue is like we have got one message from our DHL stating that your shipment, your export shipment has been put on hold by custom officers, stating that there is mistake in some EGM. But which EGM there is mistake, they are not telling. So how we can trace it, sir?
No, I think, yeah, you have to take it up with the DH only because the EGM will be differ from each shipment.
Which customs you aware of that? It's Bangalore or?
It is in Chennai, sir.
Chennai. Okay, give the details to Saranagi. She'll find.
Okay. 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 Sure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we can move on to Mr. Milan.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Thank you for your entire. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely.
Yeah. So thank you for this entire session. It's been really very helpful. Now, actually, one of our question got means maybe you had answered it, but we had an audio problem. It's a real-time problem. One of our shipment shipping bill is lying open in EDPMS. That my clearing agent says that this shipping bill has been cancelled. There's no shipment made, and there's no activity on the IceGate portal. Like after the shipment, there's an LEO, etc., etc. So, but still that shipping bill remains open. We have told our bank that this shipping bill was cancelled, but they said, how can we know? Because RBI is showing the shipping bill in open status.
So Milan sir, two things. One is that you can safely ignore this. It will not create any problems for you. Number one.
Okay.
If you do not want to ignore this, you still want to resolve this, you can get a letter from customs confirming that the shipping bill was cancelled. You can submit that letter to your banker. On the basis of that letter, your banker can close the shipping bill in EDPMS.
Yeah, that is true. But now these days customs are not issuing specific letters for any of. They say just go to the IceGate portal, see the status of the shipping bill. You will realize that the shipping bill was of say 2019, and there's no further export activity. That's the screenshot we can give to the bank, but the bank says that the screenshot is not enough. You need a letter. So that's why we normally we would like to close it, but like you said, if it's not going to be a problem, then there's nothing we can do.
No, I mean you can try telling customs that this is required for bank's requirement and not for anything else. They cannot accept, because RBI also says that on the basis of letter from customs, bank can close this. That is basically what
Okay,
RBI
sir.
also says.
Okay, sir. That was one thing. Second thing was that we are doing business with a sanctioned country, Sudan. Sometimes our buyers are insisting to us that you withdraw the invoice or documents in dollars, but ultimately when it comes to payment, they do it on a alternate currency, but at the equivalent rate, sometimes in euro or sometimes in dirham. Okay. So our bank normally asks us that how is it the amount is matching, but there's an issue that remains unsolved, that sometimes the BRC comes, the shipping bill was in dollar, the BRC comes in, the EBRC comes in dirhams or euro.
Unfortunately, I honestly cannot give a solution to this, because as far as the bank is concerned, he cannot change the value of the details that are there in the shipping bill. That is captured by customs. So if the shipping bill is generated in US dollar, the value will remain in US dollar.
Yes.
Similarly, he also has to take on record the value and the currency that is hitting his nostro. If his GBP nostro is getting credited for $100,000, he has to mention the amount in the IRM as GBP $100,000.
Yes.
The value in BRC will also come as GBP $100,000, right?
Yeah.
So, this is something which I think you will have to discuss with your bank, with your buyer, and find a resolution, because your banker also will not be able to give you a solution for this, because these two things are completely out of his control.
Yeah. And the last question was that can we make marine freight payments from our EFC account?
You can, sir. Any outward remittance payments you can make from your EFC account.
For marine freight means, is there any specific
you are
caution?
No,
is there any specific caution we should take while making such payments of marine freights from our EFC account?
Sir, this marine freight payment you are making to a recipient outside the country, right? To an agent.
Sometimes it's the recipient outside the country. Sometimes they have an office in India itself.
So the
many
invoices,
companies, like for example, Merck's Shipping is a very big shipping line.
Correct.
And they have offices throughout pan India. So
Correct.
I think we have not done it, but sometimes we feel that it's for a competitive edge. If we do it, it's better if we can do the marine freight payments in dollars from our EFC account.
Sir, if you are making payment to a resident entity, you cannot pay in dollars.
Okay.
The payment has to be in INR only.
Okay.
And a resident entity can raise an invoice in INR and you can make payment to the resident entity in INR only.
Okay.
Money lying in your EFC account can be used for making that payment. What the bank will do is that they will convert it into INR and make the transfer. That is what they will do.
Then that's a normal thing.
You,
that's a normal thing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Next, we can move on to Mr. Tritip. Mr. Tritip, please unmute yourself, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Tritip.
Yeah. So good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
There is a small mechanism using which perishables, especially fruits and vegetables, are being traded in especially Middle East countries like Dubai. So what simply happens is that you send the goods and it gets sold as per the market rate. Your invoice rate is actually not the rate at which it is getting sold. So this is called a commission basis export that is happening. And on that basis, after deducting the charges, the agent make the payments. So now my question is that, is there any provision under the law where these kind of transactions are allowed?
So is it a consignment sale, Mr. Tridip?
Yes, it is a consignment sale because, and the second bigger point is the rate of the goods are not fixed. Only when they land at the destination, then only as per the day's market rate, the sale happens.
So how is your?
We are basically sending it to an agent.
Okay. So how is your shipping bill generated from here?
Right now, what most of the people do is an approximate value is being put. And it is a continuous transaction. So another transaction, let's say if there is a transaction where we are supposed to get $100 less than what we had sent the shipping bill for. So next invoice, then we have to reduce the shipping amount by $100. So that is how we have to keep adjusting regularly. And this is becoming a nuisance, I can understand. So that is I was trying to figure out, is there any provision in law where these kind of transactions can be taken care of?
So there is no specific provision for these kind of, FEMA does not look at specific industries unless you consider, industries like the gem and jewelry sector or the aircraft imports, etc., etc. So there are very specific industries that it looks at. Other than that, the provisions of FEMA are very, very broad, and it covers almost all the sectors. So I don't think, I haven't seen, and there are no specific provisions to handle these kind of transactions of the agricultural sector. What you have mentioned just now, wherein it's a workaround, wherein excess received for one particular invoice might be utilized for another particular shipping bill, where money might be received short, etc., etc. That is basically the best thing that I can also suggest, because there is no specific provision that is provided under FEMA for handling of transactions of agricultural produce, where there might be a fluctuation of this thing.
Price. Correct. Second thing that again relates to the same thing is that you had mentioned earlier that if there is a shipping bill, we can put commission and all that is
Correct.
payable. Whatever expenses are needed to be paid, we can put it in under the commission head, so that the final amount gets reduced from the sale value. So now my question is, in on this particular case, if the commission and the expenses keep changing, well, what happens is, let's say the sale amount comes to $5,000. Now there are expenses which we don't know right now. So later on, the agent tells that these are the expenses and this is his commission. So the total adds up to, let's say, 750. Then he says that now I'm supposed to pay you 4250. So when we are filing the shipping bill, now we don't know what kind of expenses or what kind of commission is going to come. So later on, we can file an approximate that, okay, the approximate expenses and these things will amount to, let's say, 500. But finally, when you get the statement from the agent, it might come up to 560. So what do we do about the additional $60 that we are supposed to pay for the expenses and commission? Because our shipping bill was filed on a presumptive basis.
Correct. So here again, there is no other option right now but to adjust it on a continuous basis, because customs will not permit you to revise the value of the amount that has been mentioned, right? And
Correct.
bank will go only by what is mentioned in the shipping bill. They are not going to look at what is the final statement of the agent and adjust it accordingly, right? So they will look at only what is mentioned in the shipping bill and adjust and adjust it as per whatever calculation that you are telling them. So if you say that the value of so one particular shipping bill is $500, the commission is $5,000, value commission is $500, balance is 4,500, but you received only 4,400, right? If you say 4,400 has to be adjusted against that shipping bill of $5,000, he will adjust it. That is basically what he will do, right? That extra $100, you have to say that, okay, the balance $500 is commission and now $100 only is remaining outstanding. So you have to tell that very clearly to the bank, explain to the very clearly to the bank. And then suppose if you had received 4,600, you have to then tell the banker that it is only 4,400, 4,500 that needs to be adjusted. Balance of $100, excess of $100 that has come in, that has to remain in my account as an IRM, which can be utilized for additional shipping bills.
Correct. So more or less, we have to always use a workaround to handle this.
Correct. Yes.
And just one more query I had probably was, let's say while filing the shipping bill, we have mentioned one bank ED code. Now I don't want to continue with that bank, so I'm closing that account. So is it possible to ask the buyer to make the payment to a different bank account than the one which was mentioned in the shipping bill?
You can do that, provided you have not already submitted the export documents to that particular bank, to the original bank.
Okay. So whatever AD code is mentioned in the shipping bill, it is only for the drawback purposes. There is nothing.
No, not that way. Not that way. Your export documents are supposed to be provided to that particular authorized dealer only, because they are the ones who can access the details pertaining to that shipping bill in EDPMS. Tomorrow, if you submit your documents to another bank, another AD, then that AD has to follow an AD change process for that specific shipping bill. That AD change process cannot be done if you have already submitted the shipping bill to the original authorized dealer and they have claimed that particular shipping bill in the system.
Correct.
Right. So if you have not submitted,
if you have not submitted the shipping bill documents, then you can change the AD.
Correct. Then you can go to another AD, submit it to them, and ask them to generate an AD change request in EDPMS for shifting that particular shipping bill from the first AD SKU to the new AD SKU.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you, sir. Next we have Well, the last two questions, and I think a balance chat questions we will forward to you, Mr. Rabin. You can reply on that, which we will be shared. So, Ms. Swapnali, please unmute yourself.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
My
Hi.
question is, like we are receiving the foreign exchange from the client against one purchase order, and against that PO we have to supply a part shipment which is going out of India, but the part shipment is going within India, so which is a domestic supply. So as you said earlier, in that case,
can you explain that once again?
see, we are getting an inward remittance in foreign currency, but the part shipment, yeah, the part shipment is going out of India, which is okay. But the part shipment is like we are sending, it is for a domestic consumption. It is going for a domestic part within India.
So what
so
is the?
For that, as you said earlier, IRM has to be adjusted that way. Okay, for the foreign exchange we are receiving and we are sending the goods, we are exporting it outside. So for that it will get settled.
Right.
For sure. But the goods which are we are supplying within India, for that we have to treat that separately, right? And for that we have to raise a separate invoice. But do that invoice attract GST?
No. It's the first thing is that for doing a local supply against an inward remittance, you will require prior approval from RBI.
Correct.
Right. So that prior approval you will have to take. Any local supply that you are doing, once again with the disclaimer that I am not a GST consultant, I am not a GST expert. My sense is that any local supply that you are doing, it will attract GST and it will have to be invoiced accordingly.
Okay. But the problem is, we are getting a inward remittance, but that our client has not obviously sent us the GST amount because he has sent as what we have agreed. And now
so
when we have to do Indian currency, yeah.
No, when you originally discussed about this, was this local supply understood at that particular point of time, and
No,
was
many times they are not giving us this information earlier stage. It is coming at the latter stage that the part supply is going to India. So this is coming at the latter stage. So we are not intimated the RBI also, and this has not discussed earlier.
Yeah. So to be very honest, approvals from RBI right now are taking quite a long time because of people working from home, because of the pandemic situation, etc., etc. So there is no standard timeline that anyone can provide for an approval to come in from RBI. So that's going to be a bit challenging right now.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to last question. Sure. Mr. Dilip. Mr. Dilip, unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening.
We are doing consignment to Auckland, USA. So almost it takes almost 55 to 60 days to transit to reach the vessel at the port of destination.
Okay.
So consignee makes payment just 4 or 5 days prior to the arrival of the vessel.
Right.
So we are routing all the documents through bank only. But now recently since January onwards, bank insisting us to give a letter for explaining the delay causing, because the bank says that the remittance should come within 24 or 25 days.
No,
so
sir.
Is there any? Yeah.
No, remittance need not come within 25 days. Your documents need to be submitted within 21 days of the export having happened.
Okay.
The export documents need to be submitted to the bank within 21 days of the export having happened. The delay reason that they are asking you is for late submission of export documents, not for the realization of money. For realization and repatriation of money, the time provided under FEMA is 9 months from the date of export.
And there is one question is actually we are giving discount in for our consignees, that in we are declaring that in our shipping bill too while filing the shipping bill. So what is the maximum discount percentage we can do? We can declare in shipping bill, sir.
Is it discount or I mean, is it commission, sir?
No, it's a discount, sir.
See, I mean, FEMA prescribes reduction in invoice value of up to 10%. That is the maximum I mean, per invoice. Discount per invoice, right? So a reduction in invoice value of 10%, if I'm not wrong, but I will clarify as well. So that is basically the number that I would be thinking about. That is one. The second thing is that even for commission payments, even when we are talking about commission to overseas agents, 12.5% is the number that is usually referred to, right? So you can look at these two numbers as some sort of a guidance numbers, and you can decide accordingly.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you very much. I know that there are so many other questions, but as we already crossed 6 p.m., I think we should now close this session. I request all of you to, if you put it in the chat box, all questions will be answered by Mr. Abin. Otherwise, you can send email also. We'll ensure that you will get proper answer to all your questions. At the outset, let me thank Mr. Abin for giving a very excellent presentation and interacting and clarifying all the points raised with, explained in detail. And on behalf of all the participants, we thank all of you. And I also thank all the participants for interacting and asking very valid questions, because all are very, very relevant in today's related to today's program. And I thank all of you once again for joining us for this program. Thank you, Mr. Abin.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for the opportunity.